Great Chen, in the 7th year of Yonglong, witnessed a strange phenomenon. Born of the same womb, an auspicious sign of the dragon and phoenix. Little Imperial Prince was born with a bright red cinnabar mole between his eyebrows. He neither cried nor made a fuss. His intelligent and quiet demeanor was quite rare. This was considered an auspicious sign by everyone. The little Imperial Princess, however, was not so fortunate. She was born with 6 fingers on each hand. Rumors have it that the Imperial Princess regent from the previous dynasty, who fought for power with the late emperor and brought chaos to the court, was also born with 6 fingers. Since then, the imperial family has viewed female babies born with 6 fingers as an ominous sign. Therefore, Imperial noble consort Jing stopped the mother, who was about to report it. Imperial noble consort Jing said she only gave birth to an imperial prince. Please do not reincarnate into the imperial family anymore. And their birth triggered unusual phenomena in the heavens and earth. This also attracted Kangwu the sage, a Taoist master from Penglai, the celestial mountain, who presented 3 treasures to the emperor. Inside the roots of Kunlun mountain soaked in stone milk, it can yield 3 fruits. If the emperor eats them, he will extend his lifespan by a century. 1,000-year tortoise dragon beyond the East Sea. Take its skin to make a drum, strike it in front of the formation, and all 4 enemies will surrender. This is the 2nd treasure. As for the 3rd treasure, Kangwu the sage requested the emperor to bring it out for him to inspect. Subsequently, the emperor handed over the newborn little imperial prince to him. Indeed, it embodies ancient rhyme and spiritual brilliance. It contains the celestial chi within. He kept saying in his mouth, "He is a good child of primordial fulfillment." But the next second, in the bewildered eyes of everyone, Kangwu the sage flew into the air. He said that this child was born with the essence of heaven and earth chi. The destiny of the nation that can't be intimidated by you. I aim to resolve the plight of the common people. I specifically came here to take him away. May he be eternally free from the mundane world. Therefore, I am presenting him with the 3 treasures. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, he flew away. And at this moment, 2 immortal children appeared in the sky again as 2 people were talking. They learned that Kangwu the sage was unexpectedly the most likely almighty being to ascend in nearly 100 years. He is a half-step immortal. But unexpectedly, he actually kidnapped their people. It turns out they were sent by Kunlun Celestial Mountain. Master asked them to come here to pick up the disciple, but Master did not specify whether it was a male or female. The girl realized that there was no response at all from the spirit-measuring ruler. If it wasn't the one who was taken away, then who else could it be? But they couldn't defeat Kangwu the sage, so they had to go back to report first. However, they didn't know that. At this moment, on a carriage outside the imperial palace, 2 women were looking at the girl covered in blood in the bamboo basket, crying bitterly. This is all trouble caused by being born into the imperial family. Then, in the reed field by the roadside, an old swordsman found the abandoned girl. The old swordsman noticed that she was missing a finger, and he felt heartbroken. "Poor child, you are unlucky. From now on, you will follow Grandpa with the surname Chin. I will call you Ottinger." Originally born of the same womb, but their destinies are like heaven and earth, completely different. An east gate entered Penglai and followed the immortal elder on the path of immortality, and named Shedding Dust. An abandoned wilderness. Traveled in the mortal world with the old swordsman. She was named Ottinger. From then on, the mountains and rivers are vast, the wind is far, and the road is long. How will the siblings fight against the destiny, and will they be able to reunite once again? The heart of the Tao searches for the heavenly will. The sword's light illuminates the heavens. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Little Shedding Dust is now guiding Qi into the body. This is the first step towards ascension. Impressive. Our Shedding Dust young martial uncle could enter the Tao at the age of 5 if he didn't need to solidify his foundation. Who needs to be 5 years old? The divine soul hidden in the aperture, the sea of consciousness awakens, and the purple mansion opens. With Little Shedding Dust opening the purple mansion, he also arrived at his own sea of consciousness. This is my sea of consciousness. Here is like the time before the separation of heaven and earth. Chaos reigns. My primordial spirit looks exactly the same as my physical body. Little Shedding Dust is thinking at the moment. When can I cultivate to the soul separation stage? If others knew about his thoughts, they would definitely say he was showing off. You should know that you have to look at the 4 seas and 8 desolates. The probability of someone having celestial rank primordial unity spiritual root is 1 in a billion. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt it. A little girl appeared in his sea of consciousness. Why would an outsider appear in my sea of consciousness? Who is she? And at this time, little Ottinger still didn't know. She scared her brother quite a bit. And she is now watching Grandpa fight. The person in front is here for revenge. Grandpa killed his father back then. It was because his father was a murderer who had taken many lives. But now Grandpa sees that he has done no wrong. So Grandpa is ready to let him go. He also said that your father is not as skilled as others. If you can kill me, I will not object. After saying that, Grandpa affectionately patted little Ottinger on the head. The two of them were ready to leave. But at this moment, the person on the ground spoke again. Old man, you are already old. There will come a day when you are no longer able. When that time comes, Ottinger pointed at himself and said, "Fight with me." Little Ottinger wanted to help Grandpa, but he was scolded by Grandpa instead. Little Ottinger, who was feeling indignant, said that it was Grandpa who called him an old man first. Why didn't Grandpa scold him instead? Grandpa retorted, saying, "He's not my grandson. It's none of my business." But little Ottinger still pouted angrily. Then she looked at the wooden sword Grandpa handed to her and said dissatisfiedly, Ottinger doesn't want the wooden sword. Ottinger wants an iron sword. If Ottinger doesn't want the wooden sword, Ottinger wants an iron sword. But at that moment, Grandpa grabbed her. Later, Grandpa gestured for her to keep quiet. At this time, there were rustling sounds coming from the woods. Little Ottinger was held in Grandpa's arms. His 2 big eyes were also curiously staring into the woods. Then a huge brown bear appeared behind the 2 of them, just as the big bear's paws were about to come crashing down. Grandpa jumped into the air with little Ottinger in his arms. Then he made a somersault and drew out the sword from his waist. Grandpa stabbed down towards the big bear. He infused vital chi into the sword. The iron sword pierced through the skull of the big bear directly. The entire battle unfolded in the blink of an eye. This bear was thus annihilated. But just at that moment, little Ottinger tugged Grandpa's hand again. It turned out that a group of people had arrived from a distance. They referred to him as the old hero right away, saying Grandpa is their village's lifesaver. Then they asked someone nearby to inform the village chief and prepare a feast. But they didn't know. At this moment, Little Shedding Dust in the Sea of Consciousness saw all of this. What is he trying to do with the spiritual chi, and what is this illusion in front of the Sea of Consciousness? He watched as Grandpa killed the bear, thinking to himself, "It's just a stupid method used by ordinary people to toughen the body." But he watched as Grandpa doted on the little girl. Take another look at the happy smile on the girl's face. This is something Little Shedding Dust has never experienced from childhood to adulthood. I don't know what he is thinking at this moment. He quickly ran to the Mustard Seed Pavilion to check the books. The Mustard Seed Pavilion in Punlai has 9 floors. At the current chi refining stage of Little Shedding Dust, one can ascend to the 2nd layer. This layer focuses on some cultivation techniques and spiritual abilities for the chi refining stage. There are also some miscellaneous news and interesting anecdotes recorded. Martial nephew patiently introduced him on the side. Little Shedding Dust, however, was immersed in using spiritual consciousness to search for the jade slip on his own. He then arrived at the area of miscellaneous news. Little Martial nephew was curious to see him rummaging through things and asked what he was looking for. Little Shedding Dust casually replied that he was looking for records about Mental Demon. This frightened Martial nephew, who was standing next to them. Mental demons are the tribulations of advanced cultivators. A 5-year-old young martial uncle shouldn't be experiencing a new demon tribulation, right? The other little Ottinger, who travels in the mortal world with the old swordsman, still doesn't know. She has already scared her brother into searching for information. Our little mental demon is still devouring meat hungrily. Grandpa brought him to kill the big bear in the mountains. He is the savior of the whole village. Many people in the village have died at the hands of the big bear. Xiaolu woman and Nuor are among the victims. Her father and husband both died at the hands of the big bear. To repay the debt of gratitude, he wants to take care of Grandpa and little Ottinger. If it were just old Chen alone, he would not have been willing. But looking at little Ottinger and Grandpa, who were homeless, he sighed and said, "I guess we can only trouble ourselves for a while." During this period, they were like a family. Whatever little Ottinger likes to eat, Xiaolu woman would make for him. Grandpa, seeing how hard she works alone, wonders if there are any bows, arrows, or hunting weapons at home. He wanted to go to the mountains to hunt for some meat to supplement the household expenses. Seeing Grandpa going hunting, little Ottinger said she wanted to go too. Xiaolu woman tried to stop her from following. Xiaolu woman had to let her follow Nuor to study. In the village, there is a teacher named Mr. Bailey G, and many children study with him. However, Mr. Bailey seems to be injured. Nuor learned medical skills from Grandpa since childhood, so he knows how to prepare medicine. He brings medicine for Mr. Bailey every day. Therefore, Bailey does not intend to charge little Ottinger's tuition fee. Nuor asked little Ottinger to go and pay a visit to Mr. Bailey. Little Ottinger asked, "Is Mr. Bailey very powerful?" Nuor replied, "Of course. Mr. Bailey is the most remarkable person I have ever met." Before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Bailey's nosebleed shot up 2 meters high. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Nuor quickly grabbed little Ottinger and said, "It's not that serious." After coming back, little Ottinger was naturally scolded by Grandpa again. Grandpa teaches him to strive to be the best in the world, not to fight with everyone recklessly. Just being brave and aggressive will eventually lead to harm. 5-year-old little Ottinger, of course, doesn't understand much yet. Xiaolu woman also advised Grandpa to wait until Ottinger grows up a bit. Naturally, he will understand by then. But Grandpa sighed and said, "I hope I can still see it by then." Little Ottinger heard this and immediately hugged Grandpa tightly. She refused. She wanted Grandpa to be with her all the time. Grandpa quickly said he would always be with her. In order to cheer up the sad little Ottinger, Xiaolu woman said she would give Ottinger a gift. Then she took out a piece of shabby black wood. She thought the piece of wood was quite suitable when she saw old Shin shaving the wooden sword for Ottinger. This was picked up by her grandfather when he was collecting medicinal herbs in the mountains. It was impervious to water and fire, hard and heavy. It looked like ironwood. Grandpa knocked on the wood. Indeed, it was exceptionally hard. Little Ottinger also loved it immensely. So Grandpa and little Ottinger settled in the village like this. Little Ottinger would go to study with Nuor every day. Grandpa has been shaving that wooden sword for him all along. He occasionally goes hunting in the mountains. The days pass by leisurely. Unconsciously, they have transitioned from summer to winter. For the past half year, this piece of wood has become harder and harder to carve. Several knives have been damaged by it. Grandpa thought to himself. However, this should be enough for him to use for several years. At this moment, little Ottinger is sleeping, but he is murmuring something about heaven and earth, mysterious and yellow. Nuor said, "Sister is reciting in her dream. Don't wake her up." She said reciting in dreams is faster. Although Nuor doesn't understand why either. Later, everyone no longer worried about little Ottinger. They instead talked about Bailey G. Grandpa and realized that Bailey G is not from their village either. Xiaolu woman said he is a hunter from the village, rescued from the mountain road, covered in blood and barely alive. He claimed to have encountered bandits. His hometown is too far away, and his injuries were too severe. So, he temporarily stayed in the village. Despite being taken care of for over a year, there was no improvement. Newer also mentioned that Mr. Biley said that his family members are more frightening than bandits. Just as they were talking about this, little Ottinger started carrying books on her back again. Sun and Moon! Sun and Moon! She couldn't recite it for a long time. In the sea of consciousness, little Shedding Dust was helpless. Who is this clumsy little girl after all? He checked all the records in the past 6 months. There is no mental demon like this. Then he took a deep breath. He then exited the sea of consciousness. With a palm strike, he shattered the imprisonment and arrived outside. He looked up at the mountain peak opposite him. He wondered when Sherfu would emerge from seclusion. For the past half year, he has been driven crazy by the frequent appearance of that little girl. He keeps using various Taoist spells, thinking that even though his 5 element spells are perfected now, he still can't escape from this mental demon. Martial nephews by his side are also worried about little Shedding Dust. They said that uncontrollable illusions appear in the sea of consciousness. Is it not a mental demon? Another one said that in 1 year, from entering the Tao to refining Qi, mastering the 4-layer Qi refining spellcraft, and achieving proficiency in 5 elements transmutation, if there is such a mental demon tribulation, then he would also like to experience it. They are unable to help at the moment, and can only wait for Granduncle Master to come out of seclusion. Kanwu the Sage's cultivation is nearing perfection, and once he emerges from seclusion and attracts the attention of heaven and earth, it will be very easy to trigger the celestial tribulation. He will ascend to the celestial realm and achieve immortality after passing this last tribulation. Once that happens, little Shedding Dust and Master will be separated like Canopus and Sirius, and will no longer be able to teach and accompany each other. But little Shedding Dust understands in his heart. The celestial Tao is impermanent. Cultivators should understand this from the beginning. Ultimately, everything returns to its roots. What one can rely on and depend on is always one's own true heart. Compared to little Shedding Dust, undoubtedly the current little Ottinger is much happier. She has Noor's companionship. She also has Zhao Lu woman's motherly affection. The grandpas in the village also like her very much. There is also Mr. Biley, who teaches them to read. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Biley is also starting to miss home a little. He mentioned that he has been away from home for a long time, and there has been no news about him. His elder brother must be very worried about him. In this world, the only person who would worry about him is his elder brother. Ottinger was unhappy to hear this. She said that Ottinger is also very worried, as well as Mr. Grandpa, Aunt, and Brother Noor are all concerned about Mr. After saying that, she used the hand that had eaten the candied hawthorn to pat Mr. Biley's clothes. Mr. Biley touched little Ottinger's head. He said it was his privilege to meet you all. But he should go back now. In the blink of an eye, it was already spring with flowers in bloom. The seasons come and go. The snow-white land has also turned into a lush greenery. All the girls in the village heard that Mr. Biley was leaving. They blushed one by one and asked when he would come back. The village head was also angry at the girls' lack of composure. He didn't want to stop anyone from going back to reunite with their families. He told the children not to pester Mr. Biley anymore. These days, let Mr. rest well. The old village head also expressed gratitude to Mr. Biley. Having him teach these children was a blessing for the village. The village specially held a farewell banquet for him and invited him to attend. After the village head left, Biley G sat alone in front of the door, lost in thought. Before long, a little bird flew to his side. Biley G stared at the chirping little bird for a long time. He muttered to himself, "Have you found your way here?" "Just repaired my dantian." He then sighed and said, "If that's the only way, I'll have to take everyone in the village away." The old village chief returned to Grandpa Chen's house later. He thought that old Chen was skillful. The village chief wanted him to escort Mr. Biley into the city. Everyone in the village also contributed some money. They will arrange for bailiff and carriages to take him home once they arrive in the city. Noor also prepared some medicinal herbs to send with Mr. Bailey, as he was worried that Mr. Bailey's health might not be good enough and could worsen if they encountered more bumps along the way. Just as everyone was contemplating how to safely send Mr. Bailey home, Village Zhang 3 suddenly ran to the door and told the village chief that something had happened. The child from Zhao 6's family was taken away by a wolf. Grandpa Chen, after hearing this, quickly rushed out of the courtyard. He said he would go after the wolf first. The old village chief and the others can come slowly. Zhao Lu woman originally wanted to help the old village chief go together. However, the village chief asked her to stay and watch the children. Noor looked at the medicine ready in her hand. She was prepared to send it over to Mr. Bailey first. Zhao Lu reminded him to come back early. It has not been peaceful lately. Little Ottinger, on the other hand, is comforting everyone not to be afraid. She said she has a thunderstruck wooden sword in her hand that can protect everyone. Looking at little Ottinger, who appeared very serious, the tense atmosphere among everyone seemed to have eased a lot. Grandpa, they also tracked the child's bloodstains over there. The wolf should be nearby. But it's very strange. The wolf seems to be leading them around in circles for fun. Old Chen said, "As long as the children are still alive, that's all that matters. We have to keep chasing." On the other side, Noor and little Ottinger also gave the medicinal herbs to Mr. Bailey. Noor kept reminding Mr. Bailey to take care of his health on the way. But the weather was not favorable. It changed suddenly. It looked like it was going to rain soon. Noor asked Mr. Bailey if he brought an umbrella, wanting to send him back first. But Bailey said, "No need." Then he rushed outside. At this time, the dark clouds were pressing down from the sky, while Bailey was floating in midair. He was still saying in his mouth, "It's time." And Bailey was just going to take advantage of this opportunity. At this time, dark clouds are pressing down on the sky. Everyone thought it was going to rain. But that was caused by Bailey's Earth-tier artifact soul-calling banner. He said, "Although the soul and spirit of a mortal are not as good as a cultivator's, I'll make do with it for now." After that, countless ghost-like figures emerged from the soul-calling banner. Some women and children became his primary targets. He didn't even spare the elderly village chief. Zhao Lu woman, who doted on little Ottinger, was not spared either. At this time, little Ottinger still didn't know what had happened. Noor collapsed right beside her. No matter how she called out, Brother Noor never answered her again. Bailey turned around and saw little Ottinger, telling her not to force it. She said that there was nothing they could do about Noor. After all, his soul and spirit are still in my hands. Upon hearing Bailey's words, little Ottinger immediately lifted her wooden sword and charged towards Bailey. However, she didn't even touch Bailey's clothes. She was immediately knocked flying out. After all, being only 5 years old, she was still just a mortal. How could she possibly defeat Bailey? But little Ottinger is not afraid. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up again. She raised her wooden sword and charged forward once again. She was grabbed by Bailey's face and hung in midair. Bailey looked indifferent as he warned her not to misbehave, saying that Mr. was busy with important matters. At this time, Grandpa Chen also returned to the village. He saw corpses scattered all over the ground. He already knew in his heart what had happened. He lifted the sword and charged towards the direction of Bailey. Grandpa saved little Ottinger from Bailey's hands. Bailey, however, did not agree. He just said, "A mortal who has cultivated the sword aura. It's really troublesome." At this moment, little Ottinger's cute little face was already covered in bruises. But she was still saying, "Grandpa beat him up." But Grandpa pushed little Ottinger away and told her to run quickly. He then wielded his sword and charged at Bailey, unleashing his most powerful strike fueled by vital chi. But in Bailey's eyes, if there is a stronger opponent, perhaps only then could they break through the cultivator's protective spiritual chi. with a single, "What a pity!" from him. Grandpa Chen was struck through the body by his palm. At this moment, little Ottinger tried hard to widen her eyes. She wanted to see if she had mistaken something. In her heart, Grandpa, who was the strongest, couldn't be defeated. She knelt on the ground and crawled desperately towards Grandpa, still shouting, "Grandpa," continuously. But at this moment, Grandpa had already lost his breath. If possible, Grandpa would definitely not ignore his beloved little Ottinger. But everything was already too late. With Bailey Ji chanting the mantra in his mouth, he took little Ottinger and fled. Shortly after, right where they had just been fighting, a beam of light crashed down from the sky. With a loud rumble, a giant sword was thrust into the ground. And standing on the sword was a young man. He cursed as he let the target escape once again. At this moment in the sea of consciousness, little Shedding Dust also witnessed Grandpa leaving. Seeing little Ottinger, who was heartbroken, little Shedding Dust couldn't help but feel sad himself. This little girl, who often appeared in his sea of consciousness, was happy before. Now she had to experience the departure of her loved ones. They can really play tricks. Born of the same womb, yet their fates are like clouds and mud. Little Ottinger is just now stepping onto her own path of growth. And this marks the beginning of an authentic story. The siblings are about to recognize each other. Little Ottinger will also practice sword aura diligently, hoping to have a final showdown with Bailey. Heaven and earth, where fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Grandpa, who was the only one who loved little Ottinger, has also left her. No one in the village was spared either. It's hard to imagine what it feels like for 5-year-old little Ottinger. She is now at death's door. But Bailey Ji is still forcibly infusing spiritual qi into little Ottinger's mouth, saying that her spiritual root is average. However, her tendons and bones are strong. Little Ottinger could only make a whimpering sound as she was in pain. Bailey Ji was still making sarcastic remarks on the side. She explained that it was something called spiritual qi. If you don't quickly guide it to your dantian, you will die from a ruptured body. At this moment, little Ottinger only uttered one word from his mouth. "Kill!" She wanted to kill Bailey Ji to avenge Grandpa. But Bailey Ji just sneered. He said, "Mister, just wait and see." On the other side, Yuchi, who came with his sword, was very upset. He still couldn't catch Bailey Ji. He asked senior brother Mingzhu if he could use Candlelight Shine's 1,000 miles again. Mingzhu just used all his power to break the spiritual barrier. We need to wait at least 36 Shurchen, 72 hours, before he can use it again. It's fortunate that Bailey Ji was knocked down by Martial Uncle, and won't be able to escape the range of Candlelight Shine's 1,000 miles within the next 36 Shurchen. But Mingzhu is single-mindedly hoping to exchange for a less troublesome task. He no longer wants to pursue Bailey Ji. But Yuchi paid no attention to him. He found Grandpa Chen's body. Unexpectedly, a mortal had cultivated sword aura. What a pity. If he had spiritual root, he might have been able to enter the Tao by this. Now I'm afraid he can't even enter the samsara. Yuchi also felt regretful. With a wave of his hand, accompanied by a loud noise, a deep pit appeared on the ground. He held Grandpa Chen's body and placed him inside. He muttered, "Really hateful. Just a little slow." "It's already the 3rd time," Mingzhu asked. "So what?" Yuchi half-turned and said, "So I'm not happy if Bailey Ji is not chopped into pieces." At this moment, Mingzhu only had black lines all over her face. She nodded and said hesitantly, "It seems that the sect's task is to capture someone alive." Meanwhile, little Shedding Dust and Pum Lai felt the plight of little Ottinger, and his emotions were also slightly unsettled. Just at that moment, there was a sudden burst of strong spiritual qi fluctuations in the air. Little Shedding Dust seemed to have sensed something. He opened his eyes, and then ran towards the door. He looked at the person outside, and couldn't help but show a long-lost smile. The person opposite asked him, "Shedding Dust, young Taoist, are you well?" At this moment, Little Shedding Dust's eyes were filled with excitement. He ran quickly to the man and immediately knelt down, saying, "Master, you finally figured it out." Later, Little Shedding Dust obediently reported to Master, saying that he had strictly followed Master's instructions and did not dare to act recklessly. By cultivating with slow and steady effort and focusing on breath control, he polished his state of mind. The spiritual chi in his dantian overflowed naturally, leading to a breakthrough. Now, he has also advanced to the 7th layer of chi refining, but he doesn't know why. When he enters a meditative state, a vision of a little girl often appears in his sea of consciousness. He had just wanted to continue speaking, but at that moment, a surge of spiritual chi fluctuations erupted around him. The martial nephews outside were also very surprised. Is this familiar spiritual chi disturbance caused by the young martial uncle? But this is not when entering the Tao. Is it an anomaly caused by communicating with heaven and earth? Why is it happening again? At this moment, Little Shedding Dust also looks bewildered. He asks Master what is going on with him. Master tells him to release his spiritual sense. He then placed a single palm on the spiritual altar of Little Shedding Dust, together with waves of green spiritual chi fluctuations. The surrounding plants seem to become even more lush. This is the gentle and upright wood element spiritual chi of Kanwu the Sage. It is vibrant and full of vitality. The restless 5-element spiritual chi is calmed down, with Master retracting his palm and saying, "So that's how it is." Little Shedding Dust also curiously stared at Master, wondering what had just happened. Master then made a finger mudra and said, "The Tao follows 50, and the celestial evolution follows 49. This thread of vitality. But in the end, he sighed. Master then said to him, "The fantasies in your sea of consciousness are most likely your twin sister." Rare is it for mortals to possess spiritual roots. Twin siblings sharing a connection in spiritual sense is even rarer. Just now, Little Ottinger's entry into the Tao communicated with the heavens and the earth, setting off a resonance in Little Shedding Dust as well. Kanwu the Sage just realized that he has a twin sister with a shared spiritual sense. It's a pity that he didn't discover her and bring her along initially. At this moment, Little Shedding Dust also looks surprised. The little girl who tormented him for half a year turns out to be his sister. On this side, Little Ottinger has already fainted from the pain. She did not cultivate to the chi refining stage on her own, but was forcibly infused with spiritual chi by Baili Ji, enduring it to finally enter the Tao. Later, Baili Ji threw a cultivation technique book to Little Ottinger. Baili Ji asked her to follow the instructions above to practice chi circulation and breath control. He also said that although her spiritual root is not outstanding, diligence can make up for incompetence. He asked her to put in double the effort and dedication. He jokingly added that wanting to surpass Mr. without working hard is not acceptable. At this moment, Little Ottinger's eyes were filled with endless resentment. But she couldn't bring herself to kill the villain in front of her now. On the other side, Little Shedding Dust seemed to sense Little Ottinger's sadness. He refused Sherfu's suggestion to close the door to the Sea of Consciousness for him. Even though he knew that the Sea of Consciousness is the most private and vulnerable place for a cultivator, he still refused Sherfu. He swore by the heart of Tao that regardless of blessings or misfortunes, he would never involve Peng Lai, and he was willing to bear it all alone. At this moment, Little Ottinger tightly held onto the cultivation technique in her hand. She has been following Baili Ji for a year now. They have been in Luoyang City all this year. Baili Ji still looks like a good old man on the surface. Only Little Ottinger knows how cunning he really is. On this day, Little Ottinger was cultivating in the Sea of Consciousness. However, footsteps suddenly appeared in the Sea of Consciousness. She suddenly woke up and turned to look. The visitor, though young, had a celestial grace and Taoist presence, and was saying that the door might finally be open. Little Ottinger was startled and widened her eyes. She immediately said, "Mental demon is talking nonsense. I am your brother." But Little Ottinger doesn't seem to trust him too much. She said angrily, "What kind of fiend are you? talking about a twin brother. If we were really twins, why am I not the sister? Little Shedding Dust calmly replied, because you've entered the Tao, while I have already reached the 8th layer of Qi refining as a cultivator. And I am higher than you. However, at this moment, little Ottinger, who was being trapped by Shedding Dust, only wanted to rush up and smash this full of nonsense fiend, but the straightforward words from Little Shedding Dust stunned her. Little Shedding Dust said, "Stop messing around and seize the opportunity. Don't you want to save Grandpa?" With an incredulous look on his face, Little Ottinger asked him, "Can he still be saved?" Little Shedding Dust said that although the physical body cannot be saved, there might still be a possibility of retrieving the soul and spirit before they are refined, which could potentially allow for a re-entry into the cycle of reincarnation. He then told Little Ottinger that he had no way to find her before she turned 12 years old. Besides, it would be too late by then. He informed Little Ottinger that he had a significant advantage. That is, the evil cultivator still doesn't know about the existence of your brother and me. Shortly after, Little Ottinger lowered her head. She said fiercely, "As long as I can kill Bailey G and save Grandpa, I would call you ancestor if needed." This left Little Shedding Dust feeling helpless. He sighed and said, "You are already a cultivator." At this time, in Punlai in the East Sea, on the Celestial Mountain, Celestial Spark asked Kangwu the Sage if Senior Brother is going into seclusion again. Kangwu the Sage replied, "When the cup is full, it overflows. With his current cultivation level, if the Punlai Great Formation doesn't shield the heavenly secrets, the celestial tribulation will descend at any moment. For now, he can only go into seclusion to delay the inevitable." Also, it has been nearly 500 years since the last heaven and earth annihilation. It is unknown what will trigger it this time. So he wants the disciples from Punlai to go out for training ahead of time. Although Punlai has always had a thin population, if they do not train well before the cataclysm arrives, there may be more unexpected incidents involving the elders. He's afraid that not even the seeds of heritage can be left behind. It seems that a cataclysm is inevitable. Ninefold realms, miles upon miles. Immortals and mortals each encounter their own fate. Shedding Dust and Ottinger are siblings. What kind of fate twist are they about to encounter? The two siblings met for the first time in the Sea of Consciousness. It was both amusing and heartwarming. After exiting the Sea of Consciousness, Little Shedding Dust began to contemplate the rules of the door to the Sea of Consciousness. When does it open? At present, its opening duration is uncontrollable. It seems that he can only prepare more in his spare time. Exchange as much information as possible each time. He also feels a bit regretful. Once her Sea of Consciousness opened, she could no longer see her dreams and fragments of consciousness. Although he had anticipated this situation before, he still couldn't help feeling a little lost. He then took out the Bailey G cultivation technique for Little Ottinger. Fortunately, this time I managed to get my hands on it in time. This cultivation technique seems to be fine on the surface. Little Shedding Dust thinks that the more fine it looks on the surface, the more likely it has issues. He will go to the Mustard Seed Pavilion to have a look. At this moment, Bailey G, who is far away in Luoyang City, is behaving a bit strangely. It's pouring rain in the middle of the night, yet he is preparing to go out. The young lady asked Mr. Bailey if he was going out. Mr. Bailey calmly replied, "Yes. The weather is nice. I'm going out for a walk." The little girl raised an eyebrow in confusion. "You call this nice weather?" On the other side, Little Ottinger, who was cultivating in the room, suddenly felt a surge of qi and blood. She couldn't control it, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then she thought of what her brother said to her in the Sea of Consciousness. Shedding Dust taught Ottinger several qi circulation methods that allowed her to cultivate normally. She could allocate some spiritual qi to repair her meridians, and try to test the range of Bailey G's spiritual sense. She should not do anything else. Ottinger was puzzled why she needed to repair her meridians. Shedding Dust explained to her that it was because he had previously forcibly infused spiritual qi into his body. Although he narrowly survived and entered the Tao, his meridians were severely damaged. He also asked her if she didn't feel many hidden injuries accumulating in her body. If not handled properly, it would affect her future cultivation. But Ottinger didn't think so. She said, "If you have this ability, why not teach me some powerful Taoist spells instead?" But the older brother didn't listen to her. He made it clear that she shouldn't even think about restoring Meridian to its original state. Now Ottinger looked at the blood in her hands. She couldn't help but feel a bit closer to her brother. And at this moment, Bailey Ji was holding an umbrella, walking on the rainy street. The person he passed by at their home. Their son was asking if his dad is feeling better today. Is there anything he wants to eat? But with Bailey Ji passing by, the person's tone suddenly changed. From what he heard, it seemed like the old man suddenly took a turn for the worse. He was in a hurry to find a doctor. Take another look at Bailey Ji's expression. He seemed to have improved a bit compared to just now. Presumably, the old man's soul and spirit have been devoured by him. And at this moment in a dark cave dwelling, a soul lamp suddenly lit up a bit. And beside the soul lamp, standing a man dressed in a long black and red robe. His subordinates are reporting to him. After the disciple under Kunluan's sword disappeared, there has been no news. Soul Hunter has been searching, but young Master Ji didn't leave any information for himself. At this time, the man in the red robe spoke. "Well, at least those old guys in the clan can't find him either." Then, Soul Hunter added, "Young Master Ji's soul lamp is getting brighter, he must be safe." Kunluan also agreed not to harm him. "But he's still avoiding you, he must be afraid of implicating." Before Soul Hunter could finish speaking, the man in the red robe interrupted him. He snorted coldly and said, "Search for Ji with all your might. Bailey Zhong should be able to protect his younger brother. Grandpa has said, if vital chi is abundant. When vital chi circulates naturally in every limb and bone, even ordinary movements carry immense power. Originally, spiritual chi is also possible. No, it far surpasses vital chi." At this moment, little Ottinger seems to have lost some innocence, but gained a sense of perseverance and heroism. Ottinger channels spiritual chi into her arm. Then she punches the air, causing the surrounding air to tremble under her fist. Is this what they call the divide between immortal and mortal? At the moment, when little Ottinger harbored murderous intent, Bailey Ji's spiritual sense instantly enveloped over. Little Ottinger succeeded. She sensed it. Bailey Ji's spiritual sense exploration range is within 100 zhang. Within that range, once Ottinger has murderous intent, he will be discovered by him. She informed her brother of the findings. Little Shedding Dust then asked with concern, "Is your physical body still okay?" I broke 2 ribs," Ottinger said indifferently. Shedding Dust became a little speechless. This little sister is full of warrior swagger. She really looks quite cool. Ottinger continued, "This is the quickest method, all right? Besides, didn't you say you wanted to desensitize him and not raise any suspicions? Let him constantly adapt to my murderous aura as well." Little Shedding Dust has been completely speechless to her. But he still gave Ottinger some body-refining exercises. Although practicing the tendons and bones cultivation method can cultivate a physique comparable to a spirit artifact, and can transcend life and death, ascend beyond the void. However, in the end, Ottinger will not cultivate into someone like Celestial Spark Martial Uncle, right? At this moment, Little Shedding Dust doesn't care about that much anymore. Now, how can he ensure that his sister survives without damaging the essence is the most important thing. And he has already planned it out in his heart. Because the lifespan of a cultivator is limited as well. So after Ottinger is out of danger, he will carefully plan her future cultivation path. By then, he cannot let her recklessly mess around. Mortals can still enter the cycle of reincarnation. If cultivators cannot ascend, they can only wait for annihilation. And now we are right under the nose of the evil cultivator. He has no way to teach Ottinger Daoist spells. Once he is attracted to Soul Probe, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this at Shedding Dust, He suddenly thought of little Ottinger and her peculiar martial art technique that only allows entry but no exit. He then dropped everything in his hands and rushed towards the mustard seed pavilion. He wanted to figure it out. While Shedding Dust was searching through the books, two martial nephews also came to search. They are here to say goodbye. But the words have not been spoken yet. Shedding Dust spoke up. It's just in time that you are here. Do you know what cauldron signifies? He searched through all the scriptures in 2-layer, but none of them provided a clear answer. The book only mentions that it's unorthodox methods without further explanation. So he had to ask the two of them. However, this question startled the two martial nephews. Qingshu said helplessly, "Young martial uncle, you're only 7 years old. Don't study such strange things, okay?" Shedding Dust looked puzzled at what was said. And at this moment, little Ottinger had 2 broken ribs and could only lie down and rest. She thought to herself, Shedding Dust's methods really worked. Her broken ribs had healed in just 2 days. But she was very hungry. Little Ottinger's stomach kept growling non-stop, indicating that she was indeed hungry. However, she suddenly remembered what Grandpa had told her. Grandpa said that vital chi circulates throughout the body. Forces in harmony with breathing, surging like the tide. Consider the sword an extension of the meridian in the arm. Incorporate it into this ocean of vital chi. Naturally, it will be able to trigger sword aura. So she wants to try if spiritual chi works. She then transfers spiritual chi into the sword. But she found something inside the wooden sword that Grandpa had carved for her. The Kunlun mountain range is also known as the Kunlun Remnants, one of the celestial mountains that is on par with Penglai. A young girl riding a white egret asked, "Senior brother Mingzu? Weren't you going to catch Bailey Ji with junior brother Yuchi? Why are you back so soon?" At this moment, Mingzhu is still leisurely eating and reading a book. He came back to ask Shifu for a different task. He also asked Linlang to help him persuade junior brother Yuchi to reconsider if it's not good for solitary cultivation in Kunlun. Linlang knows that Master Senior Brother will definitely not agree. Heaven and earth annihilation will come without warning. All sect disciples have been driven out to gain experience. As a sword cultivator, Yuchi must prove his sword with battles. How could he come back and be as solitary in his cultivation like this? Mingzhu, looking helpless, could only express that Yuchi was impatient to chase after Bailey Ji and lost his temper. He encountered evil cultivators on the road and dealt with them all. None of them got away. Linlang was even more puzzled, asking why Mingzhu came back on his own. How could he leave Yuchi alone to cause trouble outside? Mingzhu quickly changed the subject, saying he didn't understand why evil cultivators like Bailey Ji couldn't be killed directly. Now the sect doesn't allow killing, only to let them live. In the past, 100 or even 10 of them would have been killed. His father said, we should be lenient with lineage families and freelance cultivators in order to unite against heaven and earth annihilation. Later on, the two of them began to discuss why the sect cares so much about the Bailey family. Although they are a lineage family, it doesn't seem necessary. Linlang seems familiar. It seems that the last heaven and earth annihilation was related to their family. The other side at this time. The siblings met again in the sea of consciousness. They smiled as soon as they saw each other. They both said that they had important things to tell each other. Shedding Dust means letting the younger sister speak first. Ottinger wants to say that the wooden sword left by Grandpa can unexpectedly extend his spiritual chi inside. There are spiritual channels inside, just like the meridians in a person. And there is also a hard lump inside. Spiritual sense cannot penetrate through. Ottinger even tried all the chairs and stools in the room, but none allowed spiritual chi to extend inside. It's not surprising that even using spiritual sense didn't reveal anything special. Only the wooden sword seemed strange. Upon hearing Ottinger's description, Shedding Dust immediately asked him about the blurry thing, whether it resembled a baby. Ottinger suddenly realized that what you said was indeed somewhat true. Shedding Dust burst into laughter. It's still a pillow when feeling sleepy, Huh? Then he said to Ottinger. He also has something very important to tell her. He asked her to listen carefully. The cultivation technique given to him by Bailey G indeed has an issue. He said that the spiritual chi cultivated by Ottinger now is not her own. It will be taken away by Bailey G in the future. In short, Ottinger has been treated as a supplement. This could result in her dantian being destroyed or even losing her life. This scared Otting. Shedding Dust comforted her not to worry. Although it was the best time for retaliation when he acted, he didn't want his sister to be in danger. Shedding Dust said he would go find him as soon as possible. Before that, let him be frightened out of his wits. Completely obliterate him. Ottinger worried and said to kill him in advance. She would be delighted to rescue Grandpa. But aren't you unable to leave a secluded celestial mountain? Shedding Dust reassured her not to worry about it. He would figure out a way. And what he wanted to tell her was about her wooden sword. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be the soul cocoon of a wood element great cultivator. Ottinger looked puzzled. What is a soul cocoon? Shedding Dust told her. It's roughly equivalent to the body of a human cultivator. It seems that Grandpa has left Ottinger a treasure. After exiting the sea of consciousness, the assertive Shedding Dust quickly ran up to Martial Uncle and Martial Aunt. He said he wanted to leave the mountain. Pumlai's cultivation technique. Always focusing on comprehending the cosmic laws, observing the rise and fall of all things, and seeing the cycles of life and death. The higher the cultivation level, the farther one surpasses their peers. But at this time, only at the 8th layer of chi refining, little Shedding Dust wants to go to the void abyss for training. Just because his sister, who was born of the same womb, is in deep trouble. He must go and rescue her. Believing that Martial Uncle's celestial spark would definitely disagree. Don't be fooled by his fierce look. But he is also afraid. He is afraid that if that old guy Kenwu the Sage finds out, he let Shedding Dust go out. When he comes out of seclusion, he will have to face celestial thunder together. Martial Aunt Shuyu of Shedding Dust also asked him, why not wait a few more years while still in the chi refining stage? Shedding Dust bowed slightly. Then he knelt down and said, it is precisely because of the Pumlai cultivation technique that it is even more necessary to develop self-defense methods through training in order to cope with the upcoming heaven and earth annihilation. If Master is not in seclusion, I believe he would also agree. Shedding Dust had just finished speaking. Celestial Spark immediately retorted with a scowl. Don't even think about it. But Shuyu sighed deeply before replying. Senior brother, please take out your wallet. Celestial Spark is confused. What? Senior brother's the last disciple is about to go out for training. Can you guys still hide and hoard those treasures in the furnace of Fangzhong Mountain? Although we in Ying province only have cats, dogs, flowers, and plants, we wouldn't be so stingy. Shedding Dust awkwardly says on the side. No need, no need. But Shuyu turned back and said to Shedding Dust again. The purpose of this trip is that all disciples below the void abyss nascent soul must travel in pairs. You are no exception. I will assign someone to you. Seeing this, Shedding Dust could only say, yes, Martial Aunt, thank you for your trouble. The next day, at the Pumlai Martial Arts Field, a golden-haired, tan beauty, holding a wine jar, was waiting early at the Pumlai Martial Arts Field. She said while burping, you guys are too slow. Qingshu and Chunjun hurried to apologize. Senior Sister Crimson, we were just bringing Shedding Dust young Martial Uncle to set up a soul lamp after taking some valuable items from Senior Sister. Interrupting with a burp, Senior Sister Crimson said, so this is the precious Martial Uncle you have at Pumlai. I heard he received many good things from me, Senior Sister. You can protect yourself fine, right? Qingshu quickly introduced Shedding Dust. This is Senior Sister Crimson from Fangzhong Mountain, your martial nephew Crimson. He then added, don't underestimate Senior Sister. She's very formidable in fights, and should be considered the #1 below Golden Cord level among the 3 mountains. As he mentioned this, a girl in green clothes and green hair appeared. She called out, Qingshu's senior brother. Surprised, she exclaimed, Cloud Mist Junior Sister, why are you here? Cloud Mist Junior Sister mentioned that her withering and blooming technique had reached 3 layers, which Chinshu praised as impressive since in the foundation establishment stage, the highest was only 3 layers. Cloud Mist nodded and said, "The Patriarch said that senior brother and senior sister can have their limbs severed or bodies cut into pieces as long as the primordial soul isn't scattered. Cloud Mist can heal them." She probably noticed Chinshu and Chunjun's awkward expressions filled with black lines, so she turned her head and asked shyly, "This is Shedding Dust young martial uncle, right?" Cloud Mist from Ying Province has met young martial uncle as instructed by the Patriarch. Before she could finish her sentence, a golden bird on her shoulder started purring. She quickly called out, "Sky Winter Grandpa, wake up! It's time to get up." She mentioned that the bird was sent by Cloud Mist Patriarch to deliver it to Shedding Dust. She was worried because Shedding Dust is only at the chi refining stage, and using a flying artifact might be challenging due to the spiritual chi. That's why she asked Sky Winter Grandpa to assist him on the journey. Chinshu on the side also recognized that this bird was extraordinary. "Is it the oldest golden hawk in your Ying province? Please don't trouble the old man too much." But the old man is still sleeping and didn't hear them talking at all. Shedding Dust had to say, "Thank you, Cloud Mist Martial Nephew." This is the first time Shedding Dust has seen the golden hawk mentioned in the Compendium of Mountain and sees strange beasts. It says they are descendants of the ancient yellow birds, but it's unknown if it's true or not. Cloud Mist overheard Shedding Dust mumbling to himself and couldn't help but think, "They say young martial uncle loves to read books. It seems to be true." But at this time, senior sister Crimson on the side was a bit impatient. She asked, "Do you young folks know where you're going?" Shedding Dust replied, "Far east of the Eastern Sea, unfathomable miles away, with an abyss without end known as the Void Abyss. It holds celestial resources and terrestrial treasures that are rare in the world, as well as vicious beasts and wicked entities. There lies great opportunity and also great danger. It is the end of the ocean." He then said, "I am ready." Senior Sister Crimson's spiritual sense moved. Flames of spiritual chi appeared on her palm. "You better wake up your golden hawk," she said. Then she didn't wait for anyone else to say anything. She then leaped into the air. The flame on her right hand gathered spiritual chi. The surrounding air seemed to vibrate slightly. She said, "Let's go!" and then slammed her fist on the formation key of the teleport formation. With a loud bang, when Shedding Dust opened his eyes again, they were already flying in the air. At this moment, Chinshu asked him, "Young martial uncle, are you okay?" Senior Sister Crimson also asked how he felt. At the same time, little Shedding Dust sitting on the golden hawk began to survey the outside world. This was his first time leaving the mountain, and he never expected to arrive at the end of the world. To protect Ottinger, Shedding Dust led the people of Penglai to explore the Void Abyss, cross the vast sea, and engage in battles all the way. Let's wait and see. It was another rainy and gloomy night. At this moment in Luoyang City, the roadside vendors had already lost their lives. His daughter also fell in the rain. Third young master Soul Hunter arrived late. A woman in a black robe knelt in front of Bailey Ji and said, "Please let Soul Hunter handle the pursuers. Please leave quickly." Bailey Ji looked down at the woman and said, "Second brother has become the family head. Once the young master quells the dissent within the clan, I will be able to take you home. Please be patient for a few more days." Later, Bailey Ji said, "Soul Hunter, please lift her restraint." The woman hesitated a bit. Bailey Ji said, "She won't run away. Before killing me, even if you drive her away, she won't leave." Little Ottinger knelt to the side, glaring fiercely at him. And at this moment, a demonic beast as strong as a tiger with the tail of an ox appeared in front of Shedding Dust in the Void Abyss. But Shedding Dust showed no fear on his face. Just as the demonic beast was about to open its bloody mouth, Shedding Dust exerted a slight force with its foot. The ripples of the formation quickly expanded. Then a golden-haired, tan woman sprang out behind him. She only used one punch. The air seemed to explode. With a loud bang, the demonic beast was sent flying out. Afterwards, it broke several giant trees as it crashed. It had just come to a stop. Chunjun flew up into the air again and silently recited in his mouth. The 3 mountains trembled, the 5 peaks toppled, the seal of Earth's primordial. As he finished reciting the mantra, a heaven and earth seal transformed by spiritual chi enveloped the demonic beast. He then drew his sword and leaped down, shouting, "Slaying the Jiaolong!" With his cool move completed, the demonic beast is dead. Cloud Mist stood on the side, with a helpless expression on his face, and said, "Chunjun, senior brother. It's hard for us to get the materials like this all the time." Later, she approached the demonic beast to inspect it. Luckily, the boar's inner core is intact, and its flame spiritual chi is abundant. It just happens to be a good opportunity to brew a pot of body-refining medicinal wine for Senior Sister Crimson. Senior Sister Crimson also commented from the side, "This guy sure is enjoying himself tempering his sword. He's just leaving a pile of broken pieces behind." And over there, Chunjun is still maintaining his handsome posture. He thought he would receive praise. As a result, he did indeed get scolded. Qingshu over there is also inquiring, "Has young martial uncle been injured? Is shedding dust back?" Qingshu didn't expect that the minor concealment formation could still be used like this. Shedding Dust said, "All the demonic beasts on this island are scared off by you. If you don't hide Crimson Martial Nephew within the formation, how would it dare to come out?" Qingshu, however, said, "Although that's true, using your chi refining stage cultivation level as bait for a foundation establishment stage demonic beast is still too risky. We still have 5 years to explore the Void Abyss, so there's no need to rush." But Shedding Dust thought for a moment and said, "This is the last high-level demonic beast on this island, right?" Qingshu replied, "Yes, that's right. Let's head deeper in." Shedding Dust said, "You guys go, I'll stay." Qingshu just wanted to ask him why after hearing this. He suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Shedding Dust's location. He immediately shouted to young martial uncle to be careful, but it was too late. He watched as Shedding Dust was about to be swallowed by the demonic beast. Qingshu was still shouting, "Move away," in her mouth. Senior Sister Crimson also saw what happened over here. She muttered, "Fuck," and then rushed over. Who is the favorite in this astronomical song of walking the sky? The answer must be Little Shedding Dust. He just said he's going to the Void Abyss for trials. The most outstanding disciples below the Golden Core level from Punglai 3 Mountains all followed to provide protection. When Shedding Dust encounters danger, Crimson cursed and rushed up as soon as it exploded. They are just overly worried. Shedding Dust's move, Universe in the Sleeve, split the demonic beast in half with one blow. Although he was also injured by the backlash. Crimson asked him, "Are you crazy?" Universe in the Sleeve replied, "There's no need for that. It's easier to let him devour you to death after transferring a demonic beast 1 stage higher using spiritual abilities." Shedding Dust also expressed that it was because he relied on the robe given to him by his martial uncle that he dared to do so. Most of the backlash force was borne by it. The remaining bit he could still bear. Crimson is also very helpless. Punglai is really bold, involving spiritual abilities related to spatial laws and daring to teach children. Qingshu then said, "Aren't the Dharma manifesting heaven and earth of your Fanzhong Mountain always there for anyone to learn casually? Have any children mastered it?" Shedding Dust is definitely not an ordinary child. He possesses the Celestial Tier Primordial Unity spiritual root. He used this as an excuse, claiming to have sensed heavenly secrets and wanting to stay here to break through in seclusion. How could they be willing to leave him alone in such danger? Shedding Dust, in order to reassure them, could only casually express his attitude. He didn't want to be a burden on them and promised that regardless of whether the breakthrough was successful or not, he would return to Punglai within the time limit. Qingshu originally wanted to stop them, but Shedding Dust decisively said, Although it is common courtesy for fellow disciples to help and support each other, a cultivator stands strong in the world by self-improvement. Do not ruin my heart of Tao. Everyone had no choice but to listen to Shedding Dust's words. After all, he is a martial uncle. Qingshu is still uneasy even after walking 5 meters. He wants to go back. Crimson stopped him. She said, "Are you underestimating your young martial uncle?" The next day at the cliff of the vast sea, Shedding Dust lightly said, "Hugging you all." Then he said to Grandpa Sky Winter, "Let's go!" It seems that Shedding Dust deceived everyone. He sent everyone away, just didn't want them to take risks with him. Because he was going to cross the vast sea to the great land of Ninefold Realm to the west. But at this time, the Golden Hawk said, "There are countless ocean beasts of great evil along the way. Even if I have the strength to fly, we may not survive." This startled Shedding Dust. He didn't expect that Sky Winter Grandpa could actually talk. Sky Winter Grandpa is also very angry. Our Golden Hawk cannot transform, but its consciousness is better developed than most spiritual beasts. Shedding Dust quickly bowed and apologized, saying he was young and ignorant. But he has a reason that he must leave. He wants to ask for Sky Winter Grandpa's help. Sky Winter Grandpa said, "The portal to Punglai will open in 5 years. Why cross the vast sea from the void abyss? Besides, your master is a half-step immortal. Elders are all almighty beings. Isn't it more reliable to ask anyone than to cross the vast sea yourself?" But Shedding Dust said he couldn't wait 5 years. Besides, this is his private affair. He has taken an oath. Whether it brings good or bad luck, it has nothing to do with Punglai. Just as Shedding Dust revealed the truth, voices of people talking also came from behind him. Shedding Dust turned around to look. Everyone greeted him, some more and some less, and explained that they were just resting here, not intentionally eavesdropping. It's just that Cloud Mist Junior Sisters, the subtle influence, silent and unseen, comes with a concealment effect. Crimson directly said, "Stop dawdling, let's go." "Go?" Shedding Dust asked where you all are going. "Across the vast sea." Shedding Dust wanted to say something else, but Crimson interrupted. She told Shedding Dust not to misunderstand. "We are not interested in your private matters. It's also a kind of experience. It's much more interesting to explore the void abyss that can be crossed once in a century than to travel across the vast sea." Afterwards, everyone invited Shedding Dust to join them. What kind of bearing should young martial uncle, a ruler of a country, have? To establish a heart for heaven and earth. To set a fate for the people. To inherit the wisdom of the sages. To bring peace to the world for all time. This is the way a ruler of a country should be. The current emperor of the Great Qin dynasty is now focused on seeking immortality and exploring the Tao. This court is falling into decline, and the country is not being properly governed. It's because 7 years ago, he had the opportunity to meet Kangwu the sage from Punglai, which led him to wholeheartedly seek the Tao and neglect state affairs. Nowadays, this year is not only plagued by an epidemic, but also severe famine. The D tribe from the north might come and attack at any time. Those with connections are considering fleeing. But Bailey G is the one who insists on going in. Old Mr. advised him to be a good young man. Why go down this path of death? Bailey G simply murmured lightly, "This is exactly the time for me to go to the capital city." His intention. Perhaps only our little Ottinger can guess a thing or two. Little Ottinger, who was abandoned 7 years ago. Now she has returned to the capital of Great Qin in this way. Perhaps she doesn't know it all. The grandma who abandoned her back then was also a kind-hearted person with grand ambitions. Grandma opened the granary to provide food for the refugees. The food ran out. She ordered someone to open the grain storage in the mansion. The maids in the mansion had already left. There was no need for so much grain. The city will be breached soon. The grain can only save one person at a time. She only considers it as accumulating virtue for her Qing'er. Chivalrous warrior Zheng outside the carriage reminded. The number of refugees is increasing. I should escort you back to the mansion first. Just as he was about to set off, he saw little Ottinger in the crowd. His memories also flooded back in an instant. It was this little girl who told him back then. He had said, "It's okay if Grandpa is weak. When the time comes, you fight with me." These words made a lasting impact on him. But at this moment, by little Ottinger's side was no longer Grandpa, but his enemy Bailey G, who viewed lives as insignificant as grass. Seeing the warmth in this chaotic world, he could only utter one sentence. Why bother? Wars, chaos, and plagues all take lives indiscriminately. What's the difference between a few years earlier or later? After hearing these words, Ottinger again harbored the intent to kill him. But Bailey G simply said lightly, "Don't act rashly. If you really value these years so much." Ottinger can only choose to endure. She is waiting for an opportunity. In the Sea of Consciousness, the siblings reunited after 2 months. The older brother was extremely worried. During this time, you had no chance to enter the Sea of Consciousness, right? I thought something had happened to you. Ottinger finally couldn't hold back anymore when she saw her older brother. She shakily admitted that she had done something wrong. She discovered that Bailey G was evading pursuit. So she externally released the spiritual chi that Bailey G forcibly infused into her years ago, hoping to attract his adversary. However, she didn't expect that his accomplice would arrive first. And not a single person escaped from that town. Shedding Dust solemnly told her, "That's not your fault. Don't let that scumbag ruin your Heart of Tao." At this moment, little Ottinger doesn't know what Heart of Tao is. Shedding Dust patiently explained to her, "The Tao of heaven and earth is vast and numerous. A cultivator's practice and actions should follow the path that aligns with their true heart and nature. If one succeeds in becoming an immortal, achieving eternal life, they may even merge with the Tao itself. Therefore, not deviating from one's true heart is the first and foremost principle that a cultivator must uphold." Ottinger couldn't help but ask in anger, "So Bailey G's actions are also his Tao?" Yes, the great Tao is impartial and doesn't differentiate between good and evil. However, Bailey G's actions have already crossed the bottom line of a cultivator. But Ottinger doesn't understand the great Tao or minor Tao. Growing up in the mortal world, she doesn't comprehend those warm intentions, goodwill, hatred, or the fleeting joys of human life. Once she attains immortality, will she then find these things unimportant? After exiting the Sea of Consciousness, Shedding Dust was still thinking about what Ottinger said. After attaining immortality, immortals will then find these things unimportant, right? Shedding Dust slowly exhaled. It seems that his Heart of Tao may not be so firm after all. At this moment, Qing Shu is keeping watch. They are traveling on the vast sea towards the Ninefold Realm mainland. This is also thanks to Shedding Dust bringing out the inch of courtyard. They haven't encountered any powerful demonic beasts along the way. This inch of courtyard has a natural stealth effect. But they still underestimate this chain. Almighty beings dare not underestimate the power of the vast sea. At this moment, Qing Shu only felt that the moon above his head was very strange. He asked Shedding Dust to guard the formation well while he went to check it out himself. Qing Shu immediately sensed that something was wrong as soon as he went out. The full moon has set in the east, they may have fallen into an illusion. But just at that moment, suddenly saw Qing Shu being pierced through the body by a fiend. Qing Shu, who was attacked, was completely powerless to fight back. He fell into the seawater. Shedding Dust quickly broke the spiritual barrier upon seeing the situation. Soon after, a round, pearl-like object appeared in his hand. He shouted, "The 10,000 thunder of the heavens!" But before his words faded, Grimson covered his mouth from behind. Later, Qing Shu also told him to calm down. "Little martial uncle, this is the deep-sea colossus cultivated for thousands of years. An illusory realm formed by exhaled breath." And at this moment, Crimson also asked him what he had seen. "Qing Shu Jr. brother almost had his pants burned by you. The orb of the 10,000 thunder of the heavens has been taken out. Are you trying to perish together with everyone? But at this moment, Shedding Dust shed a tear. This is the first time Shedding Dust has shed a tear in their life. Looking at Shedding Dust Chinshu at this moment, but not knowing how to comfort, he just said, seeing young martial uncle like this, he was a bit relieved. Because Shedding Dust has been cold and lonely since he was young. You will definitely be called Doist Master and Immortal Master in the future. With no thought to be born, one watches over eternity. How infinitely long it feels. The 7 emotions, 6 desires, and countless entangling thoughts. How can one possibly break free from the unbearable chaos of the mortal realm? However, shortly after, he thought again. Young martial uncle was born with a clear heart of Tao. Perhaps it might not be needed after all. But Shedding Dust just said, "Thank you," because he feels that it's important. And at this time, Oettinger's spiritual sense appeared above the city gate of the capital city of the Great Chen dynasty. She found that Bailey Ji's spiritual sense did indeed scan over. Can it cover the entire city with just 300 zhong? That guy who claims to be his brother can also do it. Assuming their stages are the same. Then it's the Qi refining stage pinnacle. She who is seeking to advance to the Qi refining 2 layer. She can't even get close to Bailey Ji within a foot of her body. At this moment, she also remembered the words her brother had said to her. The wooden sword in her hand is the infant-like thing left over from the wood element Great Cultivator's failed tribulation crossing, which should have been destroyed. If the owner of the primordial body can trigger the essence of the wooden element within it, as well as the residual spiritual Qi, she might be able to unleash an attack close to the nascent soul cultivation level. Even 100 or 1,000 Bailey Ji would be crushed into pieces. But even if Oettinger is squeezed dry at this moment, it still cannot trigger it. Brother asked her to wait for him. It seems she can only wait. Just then, a person on horseback suddenly galloped from outside the city gate. The guard saw that it was the majestic banner of old General Li. And at this moment, the body of old General Li was being carried back by a young man. He softly said to old Li, "Old man, you have arrived home." At this moment, Oettinger saw this scene, and couldn't help but think of her own grandpa. No one expected that the young man who saved the general and returned would be imprisoned in the capital's prison shortly after entering the city. And this old General Li was once a famous general. He led the army of the northern frontier to suppress the enemy for decades. But everything was lost in just one major defeat. And the young man is old Li's grandson. He carried the heavy burden of traveling thousands of miles to retrieve his grandfather's body from the enemy camp. He is not just a seed of a famous general for generations. But in this day and age, he can only end up in prison. Who can he reason with? Chancellor Chao and Celestial Master Shao even forced Yan Li to accuse his grandpa of colluding with the enemy and embezzling military funds. Yan Li said that the emperor has started to govern. That's great. Isn't it you, Chancellor Chao, who managed the military funds and colluded with the enemy? This Chancellor Chao seems unmoved. He just says he will enforce the law impartially. But he was grabbed by Yan Li by the collar. He was knocked against the cell door. Yan Li asked him, "Do you know why you are still alive?" It's because the old man said that the Li family cannot produce a traitor or a villain. The attendant next to him was about to call someone at this time. But he fell to the ground with a thud. Yan Li looked towards the sound, but saw a small girl in a purple dress with a wooden sword. She was standing there looking at him. Oettinger held a wooden sword and robbed the prisoner. Yan Li looked confused, his face filled with question marks. Whose family does this little girl belong to? How did she end up in the prison cell? Yan Li asked her to hurry home, but before the words had even finished, Oettinger tested her luck with her sword. The iron cage in front of them was as fragile as tofu. Chao's chains were slashed in the shape of a V. Yan Li widened his eyes and only said, "I'll go." Oettinger, however, calmly said, "I'll let you out. Go avenge your grandpa." At this moment, Yan Li was thinking about what the old man had told him about some martial arts masters who practice seclusion from the world special cultivation techniques, or the art of preserving youth. But he wondered if this young kid in front of him was too young. Ottinger saw him spacing out and asked if he was coming out or not. Yen-Li really didn't dare to call the little girl anymore. He had to bow and say, "Venerable, thank you for your help." Yen-Li was deeply grateful, but he did not dare to cross this boundary. Ottinger asked him in confusion, "You're not seeking revenge for your grandpa?" Yen-Li was also helpless. He has patriotism in his heart. He will never be able to criticize Great Chen again in his lifetime. But Ottinger doesn't understand his patriotic feelings. She only sees him as a coward who dares not seek revenge for Grandpa. She snorted and left. Ottinger had just left not long ago. Two mysterious-looking people arrived in the cell shortly after. It was quite a coincidence. The visitors turned out to be Zheng Lu, whom Ottinger wanted to fight with years ago. He looked at the pure cell, and Zheng Lu was also puzzled. A girl in a purple dress, could it be the man's granddaughter? Even if it is her, it's impossible for her to cultivate sword aura at such a young age. Yen-Li asked with a confused look on his face. Who is that old guy he mentioned? When Yen-Li found out it was Chen Yansheng. 1,000 miles without pause, a promise as light as the 5 great peaks, that is Chen Yansheng, the great sword master. He was once known as the #1 sword in the world, with his energy moving like a fierce wind, breaking through any obstacle in his path. Yen-Li immediately asked Zheng Lu to go and search for old Chen. He planned to go out to personally kneel down to express gratitude and ask for forgiveness. Zheng Lu didn't understand why he needed to ask for forgiveness. Yen-Li has his own plans. He wants to use old Chen's name to intimidate the petty people. Zheng Lu also looked helpless. Well, let's go with it. But I wonder how they would feel if they knew that old Chen is no longer around. On the other side at the same time, Ottinger was running rapidly on the eaves. But just as she was about to jump up, a ghostly claw grabbed her ankle. Soon, she was violently smashed onto the roof. Ottinger held onto the tiles tightly with both hands. That's the only reason she didn't fall off. The newcomer is none other than Bailey Ji. He said, I allow you to move freely in the city. But did I allow you to interact with mortals? He advised Attinger not to challenge his tolerance limit anymore. But Attinger just smirked, because he knew Bailey Ji couldn't bear to kill her. 2 years. 9 villages, 5 cities. Tens of thousands of people, including Attinger. Bailey Ji only had 3 children in total. And both of them did not survive his vigorous infusion of spiritual qi and died. Ottinger continued provocatively. It's not easy to find mortals with spiritual root, Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey was angered by his words. He then used the soul-calling banner with a loud ghostly howl. A ghost shadow pounced towards Ottinger. But this attacked for Ottinger. No need to dodge. She will take it head-on. With a loud bang, Ottinger was heavily smashed onto the ground. Bailey Ji stared at her expressionlessly. But Ottinger gritted her teeth, not making a sound. She endured the pain. Then she spat, thinking, internal organs are fine. 7 fractures. Complete recovery will probably take 3 to 5 days. Surprisingly, the effect of being beaten up to refine the body is not bad. But if that guy finds out, I might get beaten up again. Speaking of which, he hasn't shown up for 2 months now. But she doesn't know. Shedding Dust is facing a major crisis at this time. Since entering the vast sea, he encountered the biggest danger. Shedding Dust is in danger in the vast sea. Cloud Mist can only hold on for a maximum of 3 breaths. As everyone counts down, 2 deep-sea behemoths, the enigmatic serpent and the giant crab, started fighting. Fortunately, although they are strong in power, their spiritual intelligence is not developed. Their spiritual sense range is also limited. It's also fortunate that Cloud Mist is there. But she just used both Orchid and Mugwort Burn to enhance the concealment effect by 1 stage. But this kind of short-term explosive cultivation method poses great risks. She is now unable to mobilize spiritual qi and is basically at the level of an ordinary person in terms of physical strength. And Grandpa Skywinter also passed out from exhaustion. Now, the Shedding Dust group has entered the Savage Sea area rarely stepped foot by human cultivators. This has always been the territory of demonic beasts since ancient times. Fortunately, they have a strong territorial consciousness. Just now, everyone lured the enigmatic serpent into the territory of the giant crab, allowing them to escape. Currently, they shouldn't encounter a second powerful demonic beast. And the Mirage Orb obtained a few days ago has been very helpful. Now using it to strengthen the formation of Inch of Courtyard can enhance the concealment and illusion effect by 3 more points. At this moment, Shedding Dust couldn't help but start to feel regretful. Qingshu was afraid he would blame himself. He comforted him, saying, "This is the training method we chose for ourselves. If you still think that crossing the sea bears your own karma, then you are underestimating us as cultivators." Shedding Dust just lightly apologized upon hearing this. Qingshu quickly changed the subject. He didn't expect that you, little martial uncle, would really surprise everyone. Usually, you appear to be steady and conservative, but when it comes to an emergency, how should I put it? For example, leading the enigmatic serpent to the domain of the giant crab to escape. If Senior Sister had suggested this, I wouldn't find it so surprising. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at these words. The atmosphere seemed to relax a bit with this exchange. Afterwards, Shedding Dust entered the Sea of Consciousness for meditation, but this time the door to the Sea of Consciousness did not open. Unable to see his sister, Shedding Dust couldn't help but feel worried. This kind of inconsistent door opening is really inconvenient. I wonder if there will be any improvement after advancing. Shedding Dust is thinking that he has already achieved chi refining perfection before, and will focus on refining his Tao fundament once this matter is over, or he should break through to foundation establishment as soon as possible. Just at this moment, someone called him to wake up quickly. There is a situation outside. At this moment, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Shedding Dust looked at the thing in front of him in horror, couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Qingshu signaled him not to speak and communicate using spiritual sense. Qingshu speculated that with his consciousness, he should not be able to see through this inch of courtyard. And in front of them is a huge demonic beast of unknown origin. Crimson is also worried whether this young man Qingshu can be relied on or not. Their flesh and blood could be a great tonic for the demonic beast. Qingshu asks Senior Sister to hold steady. "If you can't trust me, you must be able to trust the inch of courtyard forged by Fangzhong Mountain." Just as the words were spoken, Shedding Dust discovered something. He said something strange. Cloud Mist also asked everyone if they had smelled anything. And at this moment, that gigantic creature also began to move. The sea suddenly churned up towering waves. And at this moment Shedding Dust discovered that inch of courtyard was actually being corroded. Cloud Mist also discovered this poisonous miasma. Qingshu urged everyone to take off quickly. And when everyone flew into the sky, only then did they see the true face of that giant beast. It turns out it was the moonlit poisonous toad, a large toad. It looked like it wanted to escape from the crowd, but it wouldn't let them off so easily. It then spewed out a poisonous arrow, heading straight towards Sky Winter Grandpa and Shedding Dust. At this critical moment, Crimson shouted out, "The Dharma manifesting heaven and earth!" And in an instant, her body transformed into a majestic figure like a heavenly deity descending. She used her left hand to block the toad's poison attack, while dragging Sky Winter and Shedding Dust with her right hand. Immediately she shouted, "There are only 9 breaths left, run quickly!" Qingshu also begins to form a hand seal with both hands. He let Chunjun take young martial uncle and junior sister to leave first. Chunjun was still hesitant. Qingshu said that this sinister beast is best at defiling people, and as a sword cultivator, Chunjun can't help much either. Shortly after, Qingshu shouted, "Take advantage of the time while I can still resist the poisonous miasma, hurry and leave. 10 breaths later, I will catch up with Senior Sister using wind teleportation." Just then, Shedding Dust flew over. Chunjun asked him to go back quickly. If he doesn't listen, his spiritual sense will be sealed. Later, he asked Sky Winter Grandpa and Senior Brother to take turns carrying Junior Sister on Little White's back and fly swiftly. Do not reduce speed. But at this time, Shedding Dust expressed his intention. He mentioned that he had seen records of the moonlit poisonous toad, which can turn the ocean into poisonous miasma, corroding everything. The Crimson Dharma manifesting cannot last for long against it. However, it only appears on moonlit nights. Why would it show up in broad daylight? If it is targeting the flesh and blood of the cultivator, both of you and Crimson Martial Nephew would be more appealing. Why go straight for me, who has the lowest cultivation level? Have you ever thought about why? If everyone dies, how could I dare to live alone? When Penglai and others were in danger, they experienced what is called solidarity among fellow disciples. Crimson and Qingshu teamed up to protect Shedding Dust and Junior Sister, fighting against the moonlit poisonous toad together. Even though Crimson used the Dharma manifesting heaven and earth. But she still could only struggle to delay time, allowing Shedding Dust to run farther away, even though her hands were almost melting. Qingshu said to let go. Maybe Shedding Dust has already gone far. There is no need to struggle like this anymore. But Crimson still didn't dare to take the risk. She was afraid that the demonic beast that could produce the poisonous domain had already understood the spiritual abilities of Shrink the Earth to an inch, and she didn't want to take the risk, even if it meant disabling her arm. On the other side, Shedding Dust finally figured out why this poisonous toad was only chasing after him. This poisonous toad was attracted by the power of the lunar moonlight contained in the Mirage Orb, which is loaded in the array of Inch of Courtyard, located in his sleeve. Therefore, he decided to go back and fight to the death, even if there was only a 50% chance. Because if this poisonous toad could shrink the earth to an inch, Qingshu and the others wouldn't even have a 3% chance of survival. The two immediately turned back and flew back. At this time, Cloud Mist also said to Sky Winter Grandpa, "Let's go back too. If they all perish here, where else can we go? It's better to live and die together and give it a try." At this time, Crimson's body was almost corroded halfway. In order to buy more time, she raised her right hand and charged towards the poisonous toad. Just then, Shedding Dust arrived and asked Crimson to use her spiritual abilities. Crimson was still hesitant. Shedding Dust said, "Trust me." Then Crimson no longer hesitated. Shedding Dust then said to Poisonous Toad, "Mirage Orb, I present it to you." Chunjun hurriedly instructed Qingshu to prepare wind escape upon seeing the situation. Immediately, Shedding Dust silently recited Orb of the 10,000 Thunder of the Heavens, Blast. Inch of Courtyard, Blast. Fire-resistant Shield, Heaven-mending Shuttle, Blast. At this moment, Qingshu already had a black line on his face. "Young Martial Uncle, how many artifacts have you stuffed into the Inch of Courtyard?" With each explosion, the entire sea surface was churned up with towering waves. With the time gained from the explosion, everyone finally escaped from the range of the poisonous toad. However, Crimson, who escaped, had already injured the primordial essence. She needs to close off her 6 senses and 7 orifices to enter a state of rest. Perhaps then she can buy some time. We can only wait for Cloud Mist to recover before waking her up to detoxify. Before entering sleep, Crimson was still saying, "Martial Uncle, you can remain calm in the face of danger. You are also willing to risk your life for it. With destiny and disposition, as well as artifacts, and you're only 7 years old." Later, everyone prepared to go and find the young junior sister, but they didn't expect that Cloud Mist had already come to find them. She just crossed a sea of poisonous miasma a moment ago. She almost passed out. Sky Winter Grandpa also found it unbelievable that they caused such a big commotion. Fortunately, he didn't listen to Cloud Mist's advice to fly at full speed. Otherwise, he would have risked his life. Just as the group was preparing to escape again, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared on the sea surface. The giant toad has come back. It seems to be unharmed. Another unexpected change happened at this moment. Just now, the sky was clear for miles around. But all of a sudden, snowflakes are fluttering down at this moment. The temperature in the air has also dropped sharply. The sea surface froze instantaneously for thousands of miles. Even the poisonous miasma that was about to attack everyone was frozen in midair. And everyone's movements were also frozen, unable to move. Qingshu told everyone not to move. This is the oppressive presence of the Almighty Being. If he wished for them to perish, they might already have turned into powder at this moment. And at this moment, the surface of the sea frozen in place. A catfish-like demonic beast unexpectedly spoke human language, saying that the poisonous toad is the most despicable. Whether he kills something else or is killed by something else, he always manages to create a new stage. These poisonous miasma are not very useful. I have to waste a water spirit gourd on them. Then handed it to another person immediately, and said that the princess has finished getting ready. And above the sea at this moment, there was a woman with double horns wearing a purple sash and a white robe floating in the air. She calmly said, "Take it for little Yuan's supper." The catfish answered, "Yes." Then she asked, "How many more small bugs do you see?" Qingshu hurriedly bowed and said, "Venerable, we unintentionally trespassed into your sacred place. It was not meant as an offense. Please." Before he could finish speaking, the woman waved her sleeve and said, "Leave." Before Qingshu could finish his sentence, the figures of the several people disappeared from the original place. Meanwhile, in the capital of Great Chen, Yan Li and Zheng Lu were standing on the city wall. Yan Li made a deal with Chancellor Chao to save his life. He handed over all his wealth and even leveraged old Chen's reputation to impress, which eventually exchanged for a high-ranking soldier guarding the city gate. Zheng Lu was puzzled. He asked Yan Li, "Is it worth it just for this?" Yan Li replied, "Did you come to me just to say these nonsense things?" Zheng Lu wanted to tell Yan Li that he found the person he was looking for. It seems that the girl is staying at Fortune Inn with a doctor. Yan Li was puzzled about why there was a doctor involved. Zheng Lu also found it strange. After telling Yan Li, he will prepare to go investigate. Shedding dust, and the vast sea encountered an almighty being. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an immortal sister who swept everyone away with a wave of her sleeve, and no one knew where they went. At this moment, Ottinger was walking alone on the way back to the inn. She met Zheng Lu, who came to look for her. But it seems that Ottinger doesn't remember him very well. Zheng Lu also awkwardly scratched his head, thinking, "Does she not recognize me? I am the one, hey young fellow." Ottinger knew he came to look for Grandpa. "Just tell him Grandpa passed away." Zheng Lu's face was full of disbelief. Ottinger asked him to go back. "Don't come again." But Zheng Lu didn't believe him at all. He kept saying it's impossible. He is about to go up and catch Ottinger to find out the truth. But before he could catch her, she flew out of the door herself. Ottinger only used one palm. Later, she told him to roll out of her mouth. Zheng Lu is suffering now. Grandpa being an old fiend is one thing, but this girl is actually a little fiend. The little brother beside also mentioned this. The dominance in the martial world for 30 years, as the number one is gone. Zheng Lu won't believe it. That old man was in his prime with abundant vital energy 3 years ago. He was prepared to wait for another 10 or 20 years. Died of an illness, That kind of look, he is too familiar with it. Ottinger upon returning. In the sea of consciousness, Zhonggan once again met his older brother. He reported that their current location was very chaotic. A battle was about to break out. Bailey Ji had no intention of moving. Shedding Dust guessed that he must be waiting for a fight. The battlefield is the most suitable place to collect soul and spirit vital blood. The bloodlust, killing intent, and the aura of steel pierce the heavens. Generally, even cultivators would not approach, and he could still hide his whereabouts. Then he continued with concern, saying, "That's good. Ordinary people and ordinary iron shouldn't be able to harm you." But Ottinger tilted her head, staring into Shedding Dust's eyes. Shedding Dust asked her what was wrong. Ottinger said she had been wanting to ask him that. Have you encountered any danger? Shedding Dust, on the other hand, denied and said, No. Ottinger still wanted to ask him again. Shedding Dust steered the conversation away and said, I have a way. It can make you launch the strike against Bailey G by yourself. Do you want to hear it? Later, Shedding Dust woke up from the sea of consciousness. Although he could now break through the meridian and enter the state of chi circulation, he still could not move. The reason he was in such a plight now is that it was because earlier, when he was swept away by the Almighty Being, he used Universe in the sleeve to tuck Cloud Mist and Crimson into his sleeve. He forcibly took in 2 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage with only a chi refining stage cultivation level, and it was considered lucky that they did not explode and die. Facing Cloud Mist's accusations, Shedding Dust simply said lightly, because they both plummeted to a stage where they couldn't use spiritual chi, and one of them sealed off their 6 senses and 7 orifices while being seriously injured. They are no different from ordinary people now. Truly, one cannot deceive the heavens. But Cloud Mist exposed his lie, because she knew he was afraid that Cloud Mist and Senior Sister would be blown apart. Senior Sister wouldn't be able to wait for her to detoxify. So, she risked her life to do this. And at this moment, they are on a deserted island. Unexpectedly, with a wave of a sleeve, they were blown thousands of miles away. Fortunately, they did not deviate from the direction. It's just that Chinshu and Chunjun don't know where they were blown to. The full moon hangs in the sky, drinking under the moonlight, each with a gun. At this time, the distant mountain peaks are lit with beacon fires. Yinli looked into the distance in a trance. Has it finally arrived? He then took a sip of wine. He gazed into the distance, lost in thought. And at this moment, Zheng Lu was kneeling in front of a woman, begging her to leave quickly. But the old lady refused to leave, saying that her son was the Queen of Great Shin, who had enjoyed great wealth and glory during his lifetime and received maximum honor after death. Her late husband served 2 emperors, and her father and brothers died in battle. Her only remaining kin is guarding the gates of Great Shin at this moment. She is determined to stay and live or die with Great Shin. Zheng Lu said no more after this, and after bowing, he prepared to leave. Miss Li stopped him, saying that she hadn't paid him the reward promised earlier. Zheng Lu did not look back. He replied nonchalantly, Even I, Zheng Lu, do not work for nothing. Money is involved in everything. On the other side, Yinli has just taken his men to stop Chancellor Chao. He then took the tiger tally from his hand. This old guy didn't hold the tiger tally to summon troops and defend against the enemy. He was thinking of escaping. Chancellor Chao was still shouting that he wanted the court to chop him 180 times. Yinli, however, was not at peace at all. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't finished the old man's task yet, he wouldn't have bothered to come back. It's much more comforting to die in battle than to be troubled by elders. Chancellor Chao asked him what he really wanted to do. Yinli said lightly, Guard the realm, shelter the people. The world lies in ruin. The celestial Tao is shattered, yet a lone soul dares to mend it. At this moment, the Northern He tribe's army is about to kill. Yinli holds the young emperor to command the vassals. He led the chancellor to sit under the city gate, saying he is commanding the battle as the emperor's representative. Anyone who causes chaos in our military will be executed. Now, the D tribe's hundreds of thousands of cavalry are charging south like a storm. One more breach, and the vast land will be lost forever. The capital is the last shield of the nation. Yinli asked. Comrades, the emperor himself holds the frontier. What shall we do? The soldiers were ignited with passion by Yinli. At this moment, the soaring fighting spirit and shouts have already resounded through the skies. And Bailey Ji, who has been waiting for this moment for a long time. He was standing with his hands behind his back in a courtyard. And the soul-calling banner in front of him seemed to have sensed something, emitting a low humming sound. Bailey Ji murmured quietly, Finally, it has begun. And at this moment behind him, Ottinger stood holding a wooden sword. In this moment, within her petite body, an endless fighting spirit erupted. She also prepared to take this old thief's life. On the other side at the same time, given the circumstances, the emperor of the Great Chen dynasty is still looking for his celestial master and chancellor. The eunuch said that several celestial masters have already run away, and the chancellor disappeared last night with the tiger tally. At this moment, the emperor finally heard the sound from outside. He asked the eunuch beside him what the people outside were shouting. The eunuch said that those were the soldiers guarding the city. They are shouting, "The emperor stands at the gates, defiant till the last breath, repaying his sovereign's grace with blood and steel." What celestial master? What chancellor? They are not as good as a gatekeeper. They come in throngs. All matters are rushing together. At this moment, outside the city, Yuchi met Soul Hunter, who blocked the way. Soul Hunter used Family Bailei's blood-burning technique to enhance the heavenly net and earthly web within a radius of 10 miles. All of this is just to stop Yuchi from finding Bailey Ji in the city. Yuchi didn't get angry but laughed instead. He said, "Thank you, Daoist friend, for tricking away senior brother Mingzhu." The two immediately started fighting fiercely in the mountains and forests. At this moment, outside the capital city, the Northern Di tribe had already reached the city gates. The warriors, led by Yen Li, fought to the death to defend their country, fighting valiantly with bloodshed. They faced enemy forces several times their size without flinching. Golden drums roar, and the cries of the people resound like thunder. We shall fight on until the yellow long falls. And on the other side, Bailey Ji has also deployed his soul-calling banner. With the sound of the artifact trembling, the sky instantly darkened and obscured the sun. And at this moment, Odinga launched her attack. Bailey Ji easily subdued her with just one hand and told her not to misbehave, saying Mr. is busy working. At that moment, the controlled Oddinger was thinking about the words her brother had said to her. Shedding Dust spoke to her in the Sea of Consciousness yesterday. He instructed her to begin the attack on the Bailey Ji wooden sword as usual at the 9th hour today. They should not let go of the sword and wait for the right opportunity. Oddinger asked him about the right opportunity, but Shedding Dust did not respond. He continued saying, "As long as half a day, as short as a few breaths." Her physical abilities will produce a large amount of spiritual chi, allowing her to use that spiritual chi to break open the shell of the primordial body within the sword. Before that, she must enter the Bailey 3 feet around her body. Oddinger wants to ask clearly, but Shedding Dust doesn't give her the opportunity to inquire at all. He only said that there is only one chance. You must seize it. Then he exited the Sea of Consciousness. Ettinger thought that he must fight his way out, as his brother had said. Just then, suddenly, a person appeared behind Bailey Ji, wielding a sword to strike. Because the spiritual chi in the place where Shedding Dust and Crimson were located was too thin. Crimson's physical body was suppressed and began to decay. However, Cloud Mist had not yet recovered. She was unable to use her spiritual abilities, and couldn't help but lower her head, feeling anxious. Just then, Shedding Dust apologized lightly. "All the pressure is on you, Cloud Mist Martial Nephew." Immediately, he didn't wait for everyone to say anything. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Soon, a faint spiritual chi fluctuation emanated from his body. Sky Winter Grandpa shouted, "Are you crazy? Stop it now! Are you trying to push through to the Foundation establishment stage in your current state? The body falls, and the Tao is lost." Odinga launches a surprise attack to assassinate Bailey Ji. Shedding Dust risks his life to establish the Foundation in order to save Oddinger in the vast sea. At this moment, Zheng Lu suddenly arrives and slashes Bailey Ji with his sword. But how could an ordinary person like him catch Bailey Ji's eye? Oddinger tells him to run, but it's already too late. As Bailey Ji released his spiritual chi, Zheng Lu's arm instantly separated from his body. At this moment, Oddinger has gone mad. He angrily shouted, Billy G, I will kill you. Billy G just disdainfully sneered. You actually called a mortal for help. You really have some nerve. And at this critical moment, Shedding Dust on the other side is also facing a crucial moment in advancing. However, he is already severely injured at this moment, and does not have any artifact protecting him. Advancing directly to resist the celestial tribulation is akin to courting death. Sky Winter Grandpa wants to stop him, but he was held back by Cloud Mist. Cloud Mist said that it would be dangerous only after he passed. The human Danteon is very fragile. Forcibly interrupting is more likely to cause the Danteon to shatter, or even lead to downfall. Sky Winter Grandpa couldn't help but feel regretful. Are we only able to resign to fate? Cloud Mist said maybe we can still choose to believe in him. Cloud Mist was also moved by Shedding Dust's actions. Yes, cultivators are supposed to be beings who fight against heaven to seize life. I misunderstood before. Opportunities are not obtained by waiting. I should have realized that long ago. Sky Winter Grandpa was surprised to hear this. He asked, "Hey girl." But Cloud Mist didn't respond and continued. Now, within a radius of Biley, spiritual chi is all converging towards this place. It will also attract some demonic beasts, probably not too high in cultivation rank. I'll leave the expulsion work to you, Sky Winter Grandpa. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ottinger was already in tears. Biley G didn't expect it either. Are you crying? Yes, she hasn't shed tears for anyone since Grandpa and the entire village were killed last time. She doesn't want anyone else to die. But at this moment, Zheng Lu stood up shakily. He endured the pain and said, "Fiend, let her go." Biley G, however, said disdainfully, "Are you this confident?" Zheng Lu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "It's two different things whether I can beat him or not. People who bully the weak will get beaten up. The weak and helpless should have someone to help them. Killing people is morally wrong. Being chivalrous and righteous is impressive. That old man has always had our backs in the martial world. You nonsensical being understands nothing." If Ottinger's previous feelings towards Zheng Lu were described as insignificant, then now he is undoubtedly a true hero with a heroic heart and righteous courage. At this moment, above the vast sea, the wind is swirling the remnants of clouds. The spiritual chi from all directions is spiraling towards Shedding Dust. The Shedding Dust Foundation establishment has officially begun. And Ottinger is also at a critical juncture. Biley G angered Zheng Lu. Then he no longer held back. Countless ghost claws grabbed towards Zheng Lu. These ghost creatures are constantly devouring his flesh and blood. And at this moment, Ottinger finally felt the power that his brother talked about. With a large amount of spiritual chi being infused into Ottinger's body by the Shedding Dust Foundation establishment, he used this power to activate the primordial body within the wooden sword. The wooden sword shattered under the pressure of this power. A rich spiritual energy emanated and transformed into the sword's blade. Ottinger then wielded the sword and charged towards Biley G. As the blade penetrated Biley G's body, his spiritual weapon also began to shatter inch by inch. However, before Biley G died, he said something that made Ottinger stop. "Do you want them all to perish?" The old village chief Zhao's wife, Nuer, your grandpa, Biley G, tried to persuade Ottinger, but with each name he uttered, Ottinger's hatred towards him grew. As Ottinger shouted, "Die, you bastard!" a burst of spiritual chi instantly exploded, and Biley G gradually turned into dust. In the end, he dissipated into the air. Before vanishing, the image in his mind was the words spoken by his brother to him. "G no sorrow, no tribulation. Just eternal life and endless watch, how long it stretches. Second brother, a person can feel lonely. But at this moment, Biley G can only be thought of in the heart. Second brother, G is truly tired. If it is said that the most tear-jerking part of Astronomical song of Walking the Sky, then it must be this line. With the death of Biley G, Ottinger knelt blankly in place. She had finally avenged Grandpa and the people of the whole village. At this moment, The wooden sword in her hand had already shattered. What was left behind was a primordial body resembling an emerald green jade pendant. Ottinger stared into the distance blankly. She couldn't help but clench her fist. This was the only thing left to her by Grandpa. And just at that moment, there was a buzzing sound in the air. A golden spirit form appeared. A golden spirit form appeared, then gently touched Ottinger's head and said, "Well done, Ottinger, following Bailey G's fall. Grandpa's soul and spirit were finally released." Ottinger called out, "Grandpa," and then pounced into his arms. She kept calling out, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa," repeatedly. He couldn't help but sigh. He felt so heartbroken for little Otting. Then Grandpa said that he would always be here. "You exceed all of Grandpa's expectations. I have spent this life wielding my sword in the name of chivalry. My conscience clear and unwavering. There was nothing I could not let go of, save the fear of leaving too soon, of leaving you alone in this world. Now, I can rest easy. But at this moment, Ottinger was already in tears. She said, "You cannot rest assured. I still don't know anything." Yet what awaited Ottinger was a familiar, but warm, heartache. "I am Chen Yancheng's granddaughter. I can go anywhere in the world. Keep going, Ottinger, forge ahead. This world no longer needs you to look back or worry." At this moment, everyone in the village has returned. They bid farewell to Ottinger in spirit form. The road ahead is still long. You may cry, but you must keep going. You must not stop, and you must not fall. Don't be afraid, Ottinger. Meanwhile, on the other side, the D tribe has now invaded the city at this moment. The Emperor has finally been roused by the fiery passion of the defending city soldiers. He lifted the long-covered white cloth, revealing the tortoise-long drum underneath. This is the treasure bestowed upon him by the sage King Wu back then. As the drumstick fell from his hand, the sound of drumbeats resounded through the sky. This is truly strike before the enemy's formation. The sound shakes the 8 desolates. The warriors laid down their lives, and the 4 foes fell before them in defeat. At this moment, under the Xianping gate, Yin Li stood with a gun in his hands. Beneath him was a sea of corpses. They held their ground, they held their ground. They thought they had won, but suddenly they received a report. Jianda Gate fell. Wang Yi, old general, perished in battle for his country. Guanyin Gate fell. The entire Tiger Bin army perished in the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, Attinger looked at Zheng Lu and called out, "Uncle!" Zheng Lu slowly opened his eyes. He heard Attinger call him uncle, no longer a mere commoner. Attinger saw Zheng Lu wake up and say, "I saved you, wait for me." She began to dig out the buried Zheng Lu. But Zheng Lu struggled to speak. He told Ottinger not to bother him, but to save Mrs. Old Li. The other generals on the other side are also asking what to do now with little General Li. Should we retreat to the inner city? But Yin Li asks them how many cavalry troops are left. The soldiers answer that there are still over 200 cavalry troops ready to fight. Yin Li asked them to gather and open the city gates. Although the crowd did not understand, Yin Li had his own ideas. The main enemy forces are at Jianda Gate and Guanyin Gate. The city has already been breached. It's too late for them to turn back. The city defenses can only hold out for a moment longer. But the enemy majestic banner of the Khan is right under the city gate. There are less than 1,000 guards. They are only 3 arrows away. Yin Li asks how they are. "Are you willing to follow me to capture the leader and cut down the flag?" The defense in the city can only hold on for a short while longer. But the enemy's majestic banner of the Khan is right at the city gate. There are less than 1,000 guards, only 3 arrows away. Yin Li asked them, "How about it? Are you brave enough to follow me, seize the leader, and capture the flag?" And at this moment, on the other side, Lady Old Li heard the sound and knew that the enemy had broken in. This is more capable of defending than she had imagined. The old lady then took out a long spear. She thought that even if she died, she would kill two and take revenge for two. But at that moment, the door was kicked in. Ottinger arrived carrying Zheng Lu on her back. She asked if it was Lady Old Li. Uncle asked me to come and save you. Right where Ottinger has just left. A beam of light falls on the ground. At this moment, Yuchi has already killed Soul Hunter. When he rushed over, he found Bailiji dead, still puzzled. Could it be that the recent fluctuation in spiritual chi was caused by a venerable? However, the stiffness seems more like that of a talisman artifact. He couldn't help but wonder, who could it be? In one's lifetime, some people end up living for appearances. The two brothers Bailey are just like that. Bailiji had a body that was weaker than an average person since childhood, and he couldn't cultivate his lifespan for more than 30 years. But his older brother was born with a unique and unparalleled spiritual root. He thought it would be better to live freely and happily for a lifetime rather than worry and be afraid. He only hopes that second brother will remember him, but in his elder brother's eyes. Cultivator is the existence of. Harness the power of creation itself, and uncover the hidden mechanisms of heaven and earth. A troubled fate? It changes nothing. What does it matter without spiritual root? He swore he would snatch a glimmer of vitality for him. At this moment, he still doesn't know that Bailiji has already fallen. He only knows that his younger brother is in danger, and wants to go save him. However, he was stopped by Sean the Cloudborn from Peng Lai, who said he wanted to have a martial arts exchange with him. He asked Sean the Cloudborn, since Peng Lai has already been acclaimed as the #1 celestial mountain in the universe, is it still necessary to compete for this mere reputation? He said that Peng Lai may not need it, but this humble Taoist happens to like it. On the other side at the same time, Attinger carried the injured Zheng Lu back. At this moment, Zheng Lu still had a glimmer of life. Lady Oldley instructed someone to quickly get the iron cut remedy and some fine cloth. At this moment, Ottinger wanted to go out, but Lady Oldley grabbed her and asked, "Child, where are you going?" Ottinger said she wanted to go kill those people who were killing and setting fires outside. Lady Oldley advised her, "You are so young, killing is not worth it. If they dare to kill, why wouldn't they dare to be killed? But thinking about it, my brother lent me his strength. It's really not worth it to kill those small fries." As Ottinger finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lady Oldley to say anything. With a stomp of her foot on the ground, she instantly pierced through the roof tiles and soared into the sky, following the eruption of her spiritual chi. Yu Chi, who was far outside the city, also instantly felt this wave of disturbance. He sensed that this spiritual chi was no different from that of the person who killed Bailiji. He muttered to himself, "This is bad," and then chased after. But at this moment, Ottinger had already flown over the army of the Northern D tribe, with the spiritual chi in her hand transformed into a sharp sword. With a deafening roar, the condensed spiritual chi was like lightning, sweeping through the enemy army. Wherever it passed, soldiers were thrown off their horses, and corpses covered the ground. At this moment, Yin Li, who had just rushed out of the city, was stunned by the scene before his eyes. And the puzzled crowd all thought it was a heavenly punishment, a blessing from the heavens upon Great Shin. Only Yin Li saw it in that dust. A little girl in a purple dress was standing quietly ahead, while beneath her feet lay scorched earth. This was also their second encounter, each with their own thoughts. Before either could speak, a flash of lightning swiftly carried Ottinger away. She disappeared in front of everyone, and at that moment, on the other side, Seeking Wind, who Bailey Zhong sent to protect his younger brother, arrived too late. She only saw Baileiji's body. Frustrated, she could only look up to the sky and let out a long howl to vent her anger. And at this moment, a beam of light quickly passed through the forest. The figure only stopped when it reached a deep place. Yuchi placed one hand in front of Ottinger, trapping her with a surge of icy spiritual chi. At this moment, Ottinger was so scared that she dared not open her eyes, and the primordial body in her hand buzzed loudly. Yuchi asked her, "Did you use this to kill Bailiji?" But Ottinger stared at him without saying anything. Yuchi asked her, "Do you know what you just did?" Immediately, before he finished speaking, he asked her to stay put and not move. Seeking Wind arrived carrying the body of Bailey Ji. She indifferently said, "Kunlun promised not to harm his life." Yuchi said, "So what? Your Bailey clan agreed 10 years ago to abolish his cultivation level and imprison him for life." Seeking Wind asked him, "Yuchi, can you represent Kunlun? What are your grievances?" Welcome Dao's friend to come to the Sword Pavilion for discussion. Crimson has had a dream since she was young. She wants to become a cultivator as a descendant of Zhu Rong, the Lord of Fire. With a natural lifespan of 300 years, equivalent to the golden core stage of an ordinary human cultivator, the path of seeking the Tao is full of dangers. If she cannot ascend to the celestial realm, in the end, her body will perish, and the Tao will be lost. However, she still wants to embark on the path to seek the Tao, to experience the power of moving mountains, calming seas, and creating heaven and earth. At this moment, Crimson slowly opened her eyes, having recovered, but next to her appeared a plant emitting a green, ethereal aura, resembling Lingji mushrooms. "You silly junior sister, what should I do with you?" she said. To save her, someone even used precious primordial essence to heal her injuries. It will take at least 3 to 5 decades to restore her human form. Meanwhile, Sky Winter Grandpa, still holding a large snake in his mouth, was approached by Crimson, who said, "Old man, your prowess hasn't diminished over the years, have they? These little ones are really causing you worry." Luckily, Cloud Mist can still recover, and Shedding Dust has successfully achieved foundation establishment. Crimson said to let him catch his breath first, and later she would help teach him a lesson. Already speechless from being messed with by this bunch of brats, Sky Winter Grandpa instantly suspected that she was up to no good. He told her to stop making excuses and get to the point. Crimson said, "I unintentionally formed my golden core. Now I must face a tribulation to transcend." Sky Winter Grandpa was really being driven crazy by them, cursing at her to get lost, quickly go away. At this moment, Crimson has also adjusted her breath. In an instant leap, she rose up into the air. The sky was covered with birds and clouds, lightning flashed, thunder roared, the sea water reversed, earth fire erupted. It truly is celestial thunder earth fire simultaneously appearing. Come on, let me witness the power of moving mountains and calming seas. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ottinger, due to using the power of a cultivator to slaughter ordinary people and intervene in the changes of the secular empire, Yuchi is planning to take her back to Kunlun for punishment. But Ottinger asked him why he lied just now, saying, "Bailey Ji was killed by me." Yuchi did not answer but took out a golden lotus and said, "This jade pool golden lotus was given to him for protection by a senior sister before he left. He did not expect that in the end, it would be used to protect the souls of mortals as they enter the cycle of reincarnation." Ottinger was shocked to hear this. Yuchi immediately asked him, "The old man who is almost entering the Tao, is he your grandfather?" Ottinger learned from Yuchi that Grandpa actually resisted the refining of the evil cultivator for 3 years with the strength of a mortal, concealing the fact that his soul was about to scatter, just to let Ottinger have a flawless sword heart. Ottinger is now crying uncontrollably. He asked Grandpa if he could safely enter the samsara. Yuchi told him that being able to encounter this golden lotus could also be considered as Grandpa's merit and destiny. Immediately, Ottinger said, "I will go with you to Kunlun to be punished." Then she asked Yuchi if he could give her some time. Let her take a break for a while. Yuchi gave her an hour's time. Because although the enchantress fears him, her master does not. It won't be safe anywhere until they return to Sword Pavilion. And at this time, Ottinger has already arrived at the Sea of Consciousness. She cried while saying, "Brother, I did it! The sudden surge of spiritual chi is from you, isn't it? I killed Bailey Ji to save Grandpa, but it seems I've caused trouble again. Brother, are you there?" At the same time, on the other side, Crimson's tribulation has already begun. Celestial thunder and earth fire are coming straight at her. Even Sky Winter Grandpa didn't expect that a golden core cultivator undergoing tribulation would attract celestial thunder and earth fire. These two little ones really drive me crazy. Although it complains, it still protects them with its body. It shouts, "Shedding dust, wake up quickly!" No matter how loud it shouts, shedding dust seems to be completely unheard. Sky Winter Grandpa suddenly feels uneasy. Is this possible? At this moment, shedding dust is indeed trapped in the mental demon. At the dawn of antiquity, who transmitted the Tao? The way had not yet been practiced, so how could it be examined? At this time, an old man sits in the snow, silently reciting heavenly questions. Shedding Dust was stunned when seeing this scene. The scenery changed immediately, with grass growing and birds flying as spring rain fell. The vegetation also began to take root and sprout. Shedding Dust looked at the rainwater on his hands, and the scene changed once again. The blazing sun shone like fire, with a child sitting on the back of a cow. The parents worked diligently in the fields. Grandma clasped her hands together in prayer devoutly. A falling leaf foretells autumn to the world. At this moment, the child has grown into a young man. He sits beneath a tree at the edge of the field, lost in his own thoughts. In middle age, as a general, he is resolute and strong. With golden spears, the will to fight soars to the heavens. With winter coming in a blink of an eye, proud snow and frost harshly linger. An old man sits under a big tree, feeling quietly depressed. He looks up towards the distance. Alone, he walked far away without hesitation, shedding dust, watching the footprints of the old man disappearing into the distance, feeling a bit helpless in his heart. Venerable, you have stranded me here. Are you asking me to experience your life as well? Shedding Dust is trapped in an illusion. He went through the cyclical changes of the 4 seasons in a year. At this moment, although he remained conscious, he didn't know when he would be able to come out. Outside, Winter Grandpa, who was protecting the two of them, was exhausted. Luckily, Qingshu Chenjun arrived in time. They looked at the place where Crimson was crossing the tribulation, and couldn't help but marvel at the violent energy of heaven and earth. Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Senior sister, this celestial tribulation is also too dangerous. Chunjun said that because senior sister's bloodline is special, her advancement will be more difficult than usual. Nevertheless, looking at the might of the heavens and earth, if senior sister remains unharmed, she will surely attain a top-grade Dan. Sky Winter Grandpa asked them not to just stand by and watch, but to quickly go and check on Shedding Dust, as he seemed to have fallen into a mental demon. However, Chunjun doesn't believe it at all. Stop talking about the mental demon tribulation. It only occurs during advancement for cultivators at nascent soul stage or higher. Where is he at this point? But Qingshu noticed that something was amiss. Shedding Dust's spiritual sense seemed to have disappeared, and they didn't know where it had gone. Nowhere to search, unable to awaken. Just now, he still thought it was just a fainting spell from exhaustion. He really was silly. How could a Foundation establishment stage cultivator faint? Qingshu asked Chunjun to take Sky Winter Grandpa up first. He stayed behind to discuss in detail about the matter of senior sister raid the formation and protect the Dharma, Shedding Dust later. Sky Winter Grandpa is a bit confused at the moment. Go up? Go where? At this moment, Qingshu pointed upwards. Sky Winter Grandpa looked up, and was almost shocked out of his eyeballs. This is the unmoored boat of Mount Gus Hen? On the other side at the same time. Seeking Wind brought back Bai Liji's body. She asked about her subordinate young master. They said that Peng Lishang the Cloudborn went to challenge young master, and they have been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. It's unknown how far they fought, but the aftermath of the battle was too terrifying for anyone to approach. Seeking Wind cried out in a faltering voice. Blood-issuing talisman, hurry! However, Shang the Cloudborn had already returned to Peng Lai at this time. Shu Yu asked him how he felt about facing the newly appointed family head of the Baili clan in battle. Shang the Cloudborn lazily replied, It's fine. He does live up to his reputation as a genius. Shuyu just said. You are quite good at self-praise, and sat down. Sean the Cloudborn then asked her, Shuyu, Martial Uncle Pumlai has never intervened in these matters. Why are you getting involved in this cause and effect? Shuyu told him to wait for his master to come out from seclusion and ask him himself. She just listened to him saying, break the chain of cause and effect. Sean the Cloudborn knew that this sounded like it should fall on his unseen junior brother. But then, his tone shifted as he said, Are you all not worried at all? I don't believe that you don't know that the little rascal is currently crossing the vast sea with my disciple and the martial nephews. At this moment, Sky Winter Grandpa was watching the unmoored boat of Mount Gus Hin, which was just setting sail. Did we enter the East Sea? Chun Jun said with a long story to tell. The two of them jumped onto the unmoored boat. At this moment, Gus Hin guided the female messengers Ah-Fei and Ah-Yin and bowed respectfully. We are following the orders of the solitary Palona Fairy. We welcome Pum Lidawa's friend into the mountains. Chun Jun hurriedly asked them not to be so polite, but they insisted that Fairy had instructed them to show full courtesy to Pum Lidawa's friend. So even if you destroyed our soup pool and took away our spiritual beast, we wouldn't mind. At this point, Chun Jun was already feeling exasperated. Sky Winter Grandpa asked them what they had done. Chun Jun helplessly replied that they just didn't adjust their landing posture properly and crashed into Mountain Gushin's soup pool. It's hard to say whether to speak up or not, always afraid of being criticized. I don't know if the two fairies did it intentionally or unintentionally. They casually said, Dawa's friend, don't worry about it. The fairies are very magnanimous and won't consider you as libertines. Yuchi took out the only jade pool golden lotus on his body to protect Grandpa Chin's soul and spirit as they enter samsara. Ottinger is grateful for this and is willing to go to Kunlun with him to receive punishment. Mingju, who was previously deceived by Soul Hunter, has also met up with them. Now, the three of them are slowly moving forward in the icy snow. Mingju asked Yuchi, I know I can't stop you, but why did you deceive me? Yuchi replies, It was Enchantress from Family Bailey who deceived you. What does it have to do with me? Mingju, however, believes that he saw through it without warning himself. Yuchi denies. No, I didn't see through it, did I? At this moment, Ottinger suddenly kneels down with a thud. Yuchi was puzzled, wondering what was going on. Mingju sighed helplessly beside him, saying, A newly entered chi refining cultivator who can break through 5 major shrinking arrays in 3 days without vomiting blood is considered to have exceptional talent. Yuchi asked him speechlessly why he didn't remind him, but Mingju looked bewildered. So you weren't doing it on purpose? Later, Mingju expressed that this little girl was just a human den brought in by Bailey Ji, not proficient in Dawa's spells, and could not be considered evil or demonic. She was already pitiful enough, so they should turn a blind eye and let her go. He didn't understand why Yuchi insisted on detaining her to the mountain, accusing him of being too unfeeling. However, Yuchi wore a serious expression and said it was not possible. She must be detained. Mingju, of course, did not know that Yuchi was doing this to protect Ottinger. Mingju, seeing Yuchi's stubbornness, decided not to interfere anymore. However, this made Yuchi worried about herself. She estimated that Master Senior and Junior brothers would go crazy again. If you want to kill, just go ahead. Why let the family Bailey's little enchantress go back to report the news? He couldn't understand why Yuchi didn't eradicate the problem completely, and instead left some time for Uncle Master and the others. However, just at that moment, a man in all black with a deathly pale face appeared in front of them, dragging an artifact in his hand. The two of them bowed slightly and called out, Bailey Martial Uncle, but this person walked straight past them without saying a word. Ottinger stared curiously at the person. Yuchi introduced him as Bailey Meng, the Grand Elder of Bailey Clan and Bailey Ji's elder brother. He is also my martial uncle, Kunlun, chief alchemist of the Dan platform, who 3 years ago personally shattered Bailey Ji's Dantian and almost took his life. But you don't need to worry. you have already cut ties with the Bailey clan. Because you are now a prisoner of Kunlun, and at this moment in a mountain courtyard, Seeking Wind is kneeling aside, saying to Bailey Zhong that when young Master Ji's wounds were still lingering with a trace of spiritual qi, disciple Yu Chi of the Kunlun Sword Pavilion used spiritual abilities, singing Katie to track him down. Later she continued, saying that due to the urgency of the situation and the difficulty in finding young Master's whereabouts, she had to use young Master Ji's blood to activate the blood talisman, and the Grand Elder should have sensed it as well. At this moment, Seeking Wind was in tears, saying that young Master Ji should also. She kept murmuring, "I should," over and over, yet the words never left her lips. At this moment, Bailey Zhong, who was staring at the corpse of Bailey Ji in a daze, calmly said, "Soul scattered, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation." At this moment, he was filled with endless remorse as he looked at the body of Bailey Ji. He didn't know what else he could say. He had promised his younger brother to protect him, but he had broken his word. At this moment, it seems like there is no distinction between good and evil. Losing a loved one is difficult for anyone to accept. He has truly devoted a lot for his younger brother. But this is also the price paid for choosing the wrong path in Bailey Ji's Dao, right? At this moment, Bailey Ming also arrived. He indifferently said to Bailey Zhong, "Ji ended up like this. Bailey Zhong, you are not without credit." At this moment, Seeking Wind saw Bailey Ming and quickly knelt down, calling out, "Grand Elder." Bailey Ming reassured her, "Don't worry, I am not here to make things difficult for you all. I just came to take a look." Bailey Zhong, when do you plan to swallow this human Dan? Chen Otting's 3-layer Qi refining cultivator. You are condemned for wanton killing of mortals and interfering in the succession of secular dynasties. You were taken to Kunlun because of your young age and lack of guidance. Since you did not enter the Dao voluntarily and had nobody to teach you, your situation is pitiful. Your offense will be treated with leniency. You are sentenced to 5 years of hard labor in the lower pavilion of Kunlun. Attinger's origins have always been mysterious. She just avenged Grandpa. She adhered to the Dao in her heart. But she was arrested by Kunlun. However, the people here seem to be treating her fairly well. The elder in charge of the trial patiently introduced to her that the object she wore around her neck was made of Kunlun's red copper, with an inscription and linked to the Kunlun Great Formation. If she strays 100 steps away from Kunlun, she will be blasted into pieces. She was asked to bear this in mind. The jade walls outside the gate can be viewed using spiritual sense. Cultivators' ethical knowledge will be tested when removing the shackles, and on the 1st and 15th of every month, Upper Pavilion disciples will come to preach the Dao and discuss laws. If Ottinger has finished her work hours, she can also go listen. Then, the elder instructed the disciple to take Ottinger to the yellow designation courtyard number 4. Just as they were about to leave, the elder asked them to wait and inquired about how the kid Yu Chi from the upper pavilion was doing. He said the elders were arguing fiercely, and martial uncle Yu Chi was still kneeling in the square. The elder couldn't help muttering to himself, "Looks like this trouble won't be easy to resolve." Immediately, the disciple led Ottinger towards courtyard number 4. On the way, he also comforted Ottinger, saying that what she is currently doing is hard labor, but actually it's not that hard. Even the most wicked person wouldn't end up here. If the hours she serves are enough, the extra ones will count as employment. It's possible to exchange work hours for output, so jobs like caring for spiritual herbs and spiritual beasts are in high demand. Speaking of which, he also doesn't forget to remind Ottinger to make sure to attend the Preach the Dao every month, as it will be greatly beneficial for her future cultivation. And the reason he takes care of Ottinger like this. It turns out that senior brother Mingzhu told him about Ottinger's unfortunate background, asking them to treat her kindly. And he, seeing Ottinger's cute appearance, he couldn't help but soften his heart a bit. He spoke softly, "Stay well and receive the precepts properly here. Cultivation knows what can be done and what cannot. 5 years will pass quickly. Welcome to Cultivation World." At the same time, on the other side, Shedding Dust is still trapped in the illusion. He has been thinking about going back all this time. Must return, Ottinger. Who is it? At this point, his consciousness has started to become somewhat blurry. He only feels that he has been here for too long. He wants to go back. Shedding Dust is trying hard to open his eyes. But as he opens his eyes in that moment, his pupils unexpectedly turn green. He couldn't help but ask, "Who am I?" At this moment, a silver-haired youth crouched on the tree trunk. Birds chirped incessantly above his head. Butterflies also landed on the tip of his nose. It seems like all creatures really like him. He stared blankly at his hands, unable to help but recall, nourished by the dew, flourishing with strong roots and leaves, I have been rooted here for nearly 1,000 years. The sage expounds the Tao, awakening my spiritual intelligence. The essence of sun and moon molds my body's shell. My name is Resonance. This paragraph ends here for now. But I have not finished yet, because I think the next paragraph is particularly interesting. Many people actually don't understand this new character, Resonance. I didn't understand it the first time either. Including what I said in the previous sentence about the 1 year, for season rotation, I think I also misunderstood. This character should be. It's the soul cocoon of the wood element great cultivator inside the little wooden sword of Ottinger. Brother borrowed the spiritual chi from his sister to make a breakthrough. His sister used that spiritual chi to activate the primordial body, causing brother to fall into the divine consciousness of that cultivator. Will he be forced to experience the life of that cultivator? And this Resonance should be the humanoid figure of the tree that brother saw in the scene of the 4 seasons. I have to say, this author is really amazing. I misunderstood with just a slight carelessness. Moreover, this story contains a lot of ancient text. Seeing this YouTuber work so hard, please subscribe to my channel. Mountain Gushen is one of the celestial mountains, which is famous along with Kunlun and Penglai. At this moment, a stunning woman on Jayquake Terrace is using her musical talent to calm Shedding Dust's mind. At this moment, Qingshu arrives. He anxiously inquires about the condition of the solitary Polona fairy's young martial uncle. The solitary Polona said that it is indeed strange. Unlike typical mental demons, given his age and cultivation level, he shouldn't be affected by the confusion of the Tao heart. His spiritual altar is clear, and it is not an external evil corrupting his mind. It is like he has fallen into a dream, like an ordinary person. She also doesn't dare to investigate further. Not to mention avoiding suspicion, she is also afraid of risking danger to Shedding Dust himself. Solitary Polona asked them if they really hadn't encountered anything strange. Qingshu, they both insisted that they really hadn't. They also genuinely didn't know. The solitary Polona fairy slowly spoke that over the past few hundred years, countless cultivators at Jayquake Terrace had suffered damage to their divine soul. However, she had only seen 3 cases like Shedding Dust's situation. 2 of them had obtained ancient cultivators' spirit artifacts or legacies, but because their divine souls were too weak, they were instead invaded by the residual spiritual sense within. The other case was a highly determined sword art genius, who wandered into the void abyss and encountered the mad Daoist Sword Scar. After 100-year sleep, Sword Scar woke up with a confused consciousness, killing all his friends. In the end, his master sacrificed himself to defeat him. Upon hearing this, Qingshu asked nervously about the other 2 individuals. Solitary Polona said lightly, "There was one whose spiritual sense was injured after 3 years of enlightenment. He was in a daze in his dreams until the ancient cultivator's death, when he finally realized it. However, he was unable to withdraw in time, and his cultivation level has not progressed since. He passed away 70 years ago. There was another who never woke up, either suffocated in their dreams or never realized it. Perhaps they went with the venerable in their dreams." At this moment, Qingshu Chenjun was completely stunned, clearly losing his composure. He didn't know what to do, but just then, a voice sounded. I said, "You two don't tell me you have so little confidence in Shedding Dust, that guy? Who was the one always mentioning our young martial uncle from the heart of Tao? Ming? Crimson is back now. She just finished crossing her calamity. Her hands are crossed in front of her chest, but there are still a pair of arms behind her. That's her Dharma body. Chinshu asked her. Senior sister, is your Dharma body okay? Crimson replied lightly. It was almost torn apart. Thanks to it, I advanced and withstood the last few celestial thunder strikes. But I still don't know how to retrieve it. Maybe I have to wait until my stage is stable. After speaking, Crimson clasped her hands together and bowed to the solitary Paulona fairy, saying, Bongzhong Mountain, celestial artisan Crimson, thanks to solitary Paulona Venerable for taking care of solitary Paulona. Solitary Paulona casually replied, It's okay. If you all want to return to Penglai, I can lend you the unmoored boat to cross the sea. In 4 years, the Earth Convergence Formation on the shore of the East Sea in Penglai will open. If you want to continue your training, you can leave him here to wait. Chinshu couldn't help but feel sorry for shedding dust at this moment. He said lightly, Mental Demon is a cultivator who can only rely on his heart of Tao to overcome tribulations. Even if the master has extraordinary abilities, it will not be of much help. The effect of Gus Hin J. Quake Terrace is unparalleled in calming and focusing the spirit, not to mention the celestial sound of the fallen phoenix by Venerable. Every bit of advantage counts. Then he turned to the solitary Paulona fairy and said, I will trouble Venerable. Solitary Paulona said somewhat helplessly, No worries. Anyway, you all owe us at Penglai a favor. At this moment, the three of them felt a bit awkward, while the two little immortal children of Gus Hin couldn't help but smile. On the other side, an old man with a full beard, drinking and burping, muttered to himself, Kunlun is really becoming more and more careless. How come even the little brats are being captured? You'll finish cleaning sooner or later, and leave me alone. And at this moment, Ottinger already had a face full of helplessness. This old man is really strange. But at this moment, someone else beside them spoke up, asking, Feeling cold, Ottinger? Hearing this, Ottinger looked over and saw a purple-clad young girl sitting halfway up the mountain peak. Before Ottinger could ask her anything, the girl continued on her own, saying, Although cultivators are unaffected by cold and heat, the cold aura on Sword Pavilion is different. I have a body forging cultivation method. Do you want to learn it? 3,000 years ago, Kunlun Sword Immortal fought a battle with the White Ape clan on Kunlun Peak, almost destroying half of Kunlun. Since then, the spiritual chi of this place has never been calm, with a strong icy aura. But this place is a great spot for cultivating frozen-class cultivation techniques and body refining. Linlang at this moment wants to teach Ottinger a Chi Circulation Heart Sutra. Through long-term contemplation here, the resistance of the body to the cold can be increased. However, the method is too complex, and she doesn't have the cultivation technique Jade Slip. She can only input a trace of spiritual chi into Ottinger's tendons and bones, allowing her to follow the chi circulation once to learn it. Ottinger didn't hesitate at all, and reached out her hand towards Linlang. Linlang also found it amusing and asked Ottinger, Aren't you afraid that I might harm you? Ottinger stared back at her with her bright eyes and said, You are so powerful. If you wanted to harm me, you could do so without deceiving me. Upon hearing this, Linlang felt that Ottinger was even more interesting and kept praising her. Then, the two of them faced each other with their palms together, starting to contemplate the cultivation technique. But at this moment, Linlang couldn't help but pause and said lightly, You have the body of a spiritual chi tank, and your meridians are strong and resilient. There is not a single hidden injury on your pure body of spiritual chi, which is even more pure than that of an upper pavilion disciple halfway up the mountain who follows orthodox Taoism. Bailey Ji does not possess such ability. You should have another chance. However, upon hearing this, Ottinger couldn't help but place the broom in her hand across her chest. Linlang's words clearly touched her bottom line. Seeing her reaction, Linlang quickly reassured her to relax, saying, You are very safe here, but you should be careful when you go out in the future. Those freelance cultivators outside are not like Kunlun. They are not disdainful of snatching spirit artifacts and opportunities from younger disciples. Just as they were talking, a loud burp sounded beside the two of them. Following that, the person said, "For a young girl like you, why learn from anyone else? Your dad hasn't seen you focus on cultivation. Instead, you've come up with 1,800 tricks in your mind." Those freelance cultivators outside, are they flattering you or stealing your resources? The most boring ones are you little immortals. Lin Lang turned around and scolded the old booze fiend. "Are you not ashamed of eavesdropping on young girls all day?" The old man was also helpless, saying, "Am I eavesdropping? I'm almost deaf. Young girls are just too noisy." At this moment, Lin Lang no longer wanted to argue with him. She said, "Let's go," then pulled Ottinger and flew into the air. While flying, she asked the little Ottinger how Yuchi killed Bailey Ji. Ottinger was stunned at the words, but before Ottinger could speak, Lin Lang interjected, "I just knew it." Next, she told Ottinger that he was knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the fight and knew nothing at that time. Remembering this, Ottinger understood that Lin Lang already knew everything. She asked if it was Gracious Lord who told you. Lin Lang was taken aback. "Gracious Lord? Yuchi Jr. brother?" Then she said it wasn't, it was my guess. Just as Ottinger was about to say something, Lin Lang stopped her and hurriedly told Ottinger not to say anything, saying she didn't want to know. She was a little irritated and warned Ottinger not to tell anyone. People's hearts are treacherous, how many times do I have to say it? Upon hearing this, Ottinger silently lowered her head and said, "I understand." But soon after, she raised her head and asked, "But can I trust you, right?" At this point, Lin Lang already had a helpless expression on her face. She said, "If I remember correctly, you were taught a lesson by Bailey Ji, right?" Ottinger silently nodded, but then said, "I won't lose." If a Bailey Ji could make me unable to trust anyone again, then I would have truly lost. He doesn't have that ability. He can't harm my heart of Tao. Upon hearing this, Lin Lang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Holding Ottinger's little face in his hands, he found himself growing fonder of this little girl by the moment. He then remarked, "She's truly a natural sword cultivator seed." But just as he said that, a voice nearby exclaimed, "Oh my, Lin Lang, you actually understand sword cultivators? Wow, the old booze fiend followed you here again." Lin Lang was already extremely annoyed at this point. She raised her hand and unleashed a spiritual chi blast at the spot where the old man had just been. While the two of them were both physically fighting and arguing, Ottinger on the other side began to cry out in pain. By now, she had already been caught in the aftermath of their battle, buried under the heavy snow, with only her small hand tightly gripping a broomstick visible, desperately seeking help amidst the colorful auspicious light and purple smoke in the Rainbow Rest Valley on Kunlun Mountain. Here not only is the vegetation lush, but there are also many rare spiritual herbs. The former Ottinger has now grown into an elegant and slender girl. She is currently digging the 5-leaf immortal ginseng. But suddenly, a giant black and green centipede appeared behind her. Just as the centipede was about to attack, Ottinger leaped into the air. The spade she was using to dig medicinal herbs was infused with spiritual chi. Then she fiercely stabbed the centipede. This little creature posed no threat to the current Ottinger. Ottinger walking back. She met the duty Lin Luo Taoist master halfway. So Ottinger told Lin Luo about meeting the green armor centipede on the mountain. This made Lin Luo break out in a cold sweat. He was about to return to the mountain gate to report to Ottinger, when he was told that she had already been killed. Lin Luo became even more confused. "That thing is as tough as a second-rank demonic beast. How did you manage to kill it?" Ottinger silently raised the medicine fork and flour shovel in her hand, saying that since this thing can withstand spiritual chi, it can be considered an artifact, right? It's like a sharp cone, piercing fiercely when used, but it's not durable. Look, it's already broken. Now I have to deduct my working hours again. At this moment, Lin Luo already had a cold sweat on his face. This girl is too fierce. He then told her that not only is she innocent, she has also achieved a great merit. Ottinger said thank you, and was about to walk back. But at this moment, Lin Luo asked Ottinger how many years he had been at Kunlun. Ottinger turned around and said, "It's been the 4th year, right?" Lin Luo asked if she would like to try the introductory trial of becoming a Kunlun disciple when her service period ends next year. A decade in the blink of an eye, a great opportunity to enter the world of immortals. It just happens to be next year. After listening to him finish, Ottinger scratched his head and said, "Once every 10 years, huh? Let me see if I can catch the next trip." At this moment, Lin Luo still didn't know how to continue the conversation. Meanwhile, Ottinger continued, "I have to go find someone first." For years passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, shedding dust and Mountain Gus Hin still hasn't woken up. However, the childish appearance of the past has turned into that of a handsome young man. Qingshu Chenjun, Sky Winter Grandpa, and the three of them are staring worriedly at Shedding Dust, whose cultivation level is stagnant while his physical body keeps growing. However, with a Foundation establishment lifespan of only 200 years, they are concerned that Shedding Dust might exhaust his lifespan while in slumber. At this moment, Crimson is dragging Cloud Mist to the side to scold him. Now that the main entrance of the EC is open, they must come and cannot leave. Are they trying to make her go back alone to face Shuyu Granduncle Master? At this moment, a voice came from the side saying, "Crimson, Martial Nephew, don't be angry. They can't escape from here either." A few people turned around and saw Sean the Cloudborn, who said lightly, "Is it that little rascal who should be punished? He can't be punished now. Tell him to come over here." Qingshu also had a cold sweat on his face. "No way." Sean the Cloudborn said, "You are acting as the senior brother, so you should also take the responsibility for Chenjun's part." Then he waved his hand towards Qingshu, and a formation appeared in front of him. Sean the Cloudborn looked at the formation and said, "Indeed, it's already loosened." Without waiting for Qingshu to say anything, Sean the Cloudborn added, "Let's reinforce it with a few more layers." After casting the spell, he told Qingshu, "Originally, the restriction that allowed you to advance to the Golden Core stage would naturally be lifted. But now, before reaching Nascent Soul, you should still treat your with spiritual root as non-existent." Qingshu, looking helpless, could only kneel down and express gratitude for the trials bestowed by the master. Later, Sean the Cloudborn asked Crimson to bring Cloud Mist and Golden Hawk back to Punlai with him. Crimson bowed and replied, then asked, "Martial Uncle, have you finished your travels?" Sean the Cloudborn sighed, and said he had to go back to benefit from the protection of the Great Formation. Then he said to the solitary Paulona Fairy, "I'll leave these junior brothers to you as laborers. Consider it as repaying a favor." Qingshu couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you planning to advance to the soul separation stage?" Sean the Cloudborn has always been exceptionally talented. In just over 200 years, he has already achieved nascent soul perfection. His prowess is unmatched in the 4 seas and 8 desolates. Qingshu does not understand. This soul separation is extremely dangerous. Since ancient times, the sages have all treaded cautiously as if on thin ice. "Master, there are still many years ahead. Why not wait a bit longer?" However, Sean the Cloudborn inquires back, asking him about the restriction planted by the teacher. If he were to break through it himself, he might have already advanced to the Golden Core stage. The teacher believes that he has already noticed this. Is he unwilling or afraid? Upon hearing this, Qingshu was at a loss on how to respond. Sean the Cloudborn didn't blame him, because he knew the nature of his disciple. However, Sean the Cloudborn, who gave himself the title of the Cloudborn, detests most in his life is wasting time, unlike the pure whiteness of a cloud. Kunlun Mountain Sword Pavilion. Ottinger asked in shock, "Has the gracious lord emerged? And has he even formed a golden core?" Lin Lang said that being banished to the sword tomb back then was actually a punishment in public and a way to avoid disaster in private. Although it was a great joy and fortune for him to achieve golden core in 4 years, it's just a pity that he hasn't finished speaking. Just as his words were interrupted by the deafening snoring from over there, Lin Lang couldn't help but ask, "Ottinger, How many extra working hours of yours can be exchanged for several spiritual stones? Please don't waste them on whining and dining. What are you after? Oettinger replied. Most of them are demonic beasts that I personally hunted and sold for refining tools and elixirs. There are still some leftover spirit materials. Linlang was speechless at Oettinger's innocence and said to her to practice breatharianism properly and not learn from that old drunkard. Oettinger responded and then asked, Sister Linlang, what did you say was a pity just now? Linlang replied thoughtfully, It's a pity that the current family head of the Bailey clan, Bailey Zhong, has also successfully transcended his tribulation and advanced to the soul separation stage Grandmaster. Oettinger was surprised to hear this. He intends to harm the gracious Lord? Linlang explained that it wouldn't show on the surface. Not to mention daring to bully the younger generations, how could the elders of my Kunlun sect get along well with him? But at the same time, Linlang is also worried about his disciples' progress. Yuchi used to be the strongest at the foundation establishment stage, but this advancement to the Golden Core stage has made him the weakest. As Linlang reached this point, he suddenly felt like he had said too much. She quickly looked at Oettinger and told her not to overthink. It's fortunate that it's him. You still don't have a master or senior, do you? At this point, Oettinger has started to worry about Yuchi. Then she asked, Is Bailey Ji acting recklessly just because of his elder brother? Linlang couldn't help but look at Oettinger. At this moment, Oettinger curled up on the ground with her legs hugged, looking straight at the ground and said, Kunlun manages everything but turns a blind eye to such a person. Is it all because he has a powerful elder brother? At this moment, Linlang was smiling and saying, Do you really want to ask? Oettinger nodded repeatedly and asked her, Can I know? Linlang stretched lazily and began to explain slowly. Do you know the significance of spiritual root to a cultivator? Among tens of thousands of people, it's rare to have a child with spiritual root. However, if both parents are cultivators, it's a different story. Probably 8 or 9 out of 10. So in the cultivation world, there are many family lineages as well. For example, the Bailey clan that attaches to Kunlun, cultivators have long lifespans and can destroy the world with a raise of their hand. If they want offspring, they have to sacrifice their own physical body, lifespan, or even luck. However, the Bailey couple gave birth to a talented eldest son, Bailey Ming. The second son, Bailey Zhong, has a rare ancient Jiuli physique, but the youngest son, Bailey Ji, has extremely poor physical condition and is just a mortal. His luck seems to be at its worst as both parents perished at the hands of their enemies shortly after his birth. Meanwhile, his second brother Bailey Zhong is a true genius. He reverse-engineered the Tao of primordial creation from the forbidden art of human Dan, using his own flesh and blood to create a spiritual root for his younger brother Bailey Ji, allowing him to enter the Tao. Upon hearing this, Oettinger exclaimed in shock. What? What? This is also possible? Linlang then explained to her. Firstly, they are siblings by blood. Secondly, this spiritual vein cannot absorb heavenly and earthly spiritual chi by itself. It can only rely on others' flesh and blood spiritual chi for nourishment. Thirdly, if Bailey Zhong ascends or perishes, then Bailey Ji will also cease to exist. Therefore, aside from causing Bailey Zhong difficulty in providing continuous nourishment to Bailey Ji, making his own cultivation arduous, there is no other harm in this matter. Thus, the elders of Kunlun only punish Bailey Zhong, the inventor of the forbidden technique. As for the talented Bailey Zhong, he wasted more than 300 years at the nascent soul stage. It wasn't until 10 years ago that Bailey Zhong went into seclusion. Bailey Ji escaped to the mortal world. When it comes to this, Linlang looked at Oettinger and said, You know everything that happened afterward, right? Oettinger asked her why Bailey Ji escaped, and Linlang said she didn't know. However, there are rumors circulating in the streets. This time, Bailey Zhong was able to successfully break through to soul separation. He succeeded by devouring the corpse of his younger brother. The ancient Jiuli physique is finally complete. Kunlun Sword Pavilion doffing sword is domineeringly accepting disciples. Ottinger and Yuchi become senior brother and sister. At this moment, Ottinger just finished listening to Linlang unravel the mystery of the Bailey clan, and for a moment, the atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Linlang asked Otting what's wrong, if she's feeling a bit complicated. Ottinger said there's nothing complicated. She doesn't know if Bailey G is a pitiful person, but even if she is, it has nothing to do with her. Kill him 100 more times, and I would still kill him 100 times more. But she had just finished speaking. Ottinger seemed to have thought of something again. If Bailey Zhong really swallowed Bailey G, then Grandpa and the villagers' vital blood would have also been swallowed by him. I still have to settle this account with him. But how long will it take for me to cultivate to the soul separation stage? Upon hearing her words, Linlang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then she couldn't control her laughter and burst into laughter, saying, "It's so funny! Oh, old booze fiend!" wiping tears away as she spoke. "It's not about whether you want to, but whether you dare, Ottinger." At this point, Ottinger looked puzzled and asked, "What does this have to do with old booze fiend?" And at this moment, old booze fiend sighed and said, "You're even using psychological tactics." I said, "Linlang, you sly rascal, always setting traps for this old man, eh?" Linlang retorted, "Then why don't you fall into the trap I designed for you?" The elderly person said let her go back and make trouble for her own Sherfu at the Sword Pavilion. What is your Jade Pool's child meddling in? Linlang said if it weren't for Jade Pool running out of spots, she wouldn't have been so generous. Old Booze Fiend also suspected that Ottinger's activities in the past few years were all arranged at the Sword Pavilion. It must have been Linlang's doing. "Why are you pestering me like this? Have you asked her in person?" He then asked Ottinger, "Hey, little doll, are you willing to accept me as your master?" He said, "I can't just freeload on all the food and drinks you've given me these past few years." And at this moment, Ottinger was completely bewildered. He nodded and said, "Uncle Booze Fiend, can prisoners take on disciples too?" At this moment, the old Booze Fiend's eyes stared like copper bells, but he didn't manage to utter a word. On the other side, Linlang was already laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. She covered her face and said, "Ottinger, I forgot to introduce you. This is my Uncle Master and your gracious Lord's Master. He may be a prisoner, but he's also the drunken sword immortal of Sword Pavilion and doffing sword Kunlun. He will have to serve here for 100 years, but that doesn't stop him from taking on disciples." Speaking of this, she was interrupted by the drunken sword immortal. He said, "All right, you just say whether you're willing or not." And Linlang also advised Ottinger on the side, "Next year, won't you be unable to participate in Kunlun's introductory trials? Are you willing to stay in Kunlun or not?" Elder directly accepts disciples as upper pavilion disciples without the need for trials. In this way, when your service period is up next year, you can apply for experience to search for people. Upon hearing this, Ottinger then asked Drunken Sword Immortal, "Will I cause trouble for you if I seek trouble with Bailey Zhong in the future?" Drunken Sword Immortal replied nonchalantly, "As long as you have the capability, challenging someone of the same level or lower is fair game. Who dares not to submit?" "I do." As soon as the words fell, Ottinger knelt down with a thud. "Master is above. Please accept a bow from your disciple." News of Kunlun Upper Pavilion accepting a new disciple. It also spread throughout the entire Kunlun in an instant. Everyone is discussing who is so lucky to have such incredible fortune. She or he actually gained the favor of the Upper Pavilion Elder. At this moment, Ottinger entered into the Sea of Consciousness. She hasn't seen her brother in the Sea of Consciousness for many years. She couldn't help but complain, saying, "Don't make such a big decision like accepting a master without discussing it with me in the future. You should also discuss with me." Then she continued, "Sherfu is quite good. I, rank 6 as Gracious Lord, became the 5th senior brother. I heard that I will soon meet the 4th senior brother. There should be senior brother and senior sister above. But Linlang's senior sister told me not to ask. At this moment, Ottinger couldn't help but think about it. This feeling is quite good. Do you have fellow disciples too? I've never heard you mention them before. But then again, I didn't have time to gossip before. At this moment, Ottinger sighed quietly. Ottinger missed her brother. Although they have never met, he is someone who cares deeply for her. When will she be able to see him? Ottinger can't find him. But she can feel that he is right here. Can you hear me, brother? Have you encountered any danger? Ottinger immediately said. No, everything is fine. It's my turn to come find you this time. Ottinger has joined the sect of the Drunken Sword Immortal. At this moment, she is practicing flying on a sword above astral wind. The battle now is between the Sword Chi of the Sword Immortal and the Yaoguai Chi of the Yaoguai Saga. At this moment, Shifu warns her to be careful. If you fall down, your master may not be able to save you before you are cut into pieces. Later, he looked at Ottinger's sword and commented that it was just a piece of broken copper and scrap iron. He said that before she left the mountain, he would take her to Sword Tomb to see if there was any sword there that she might like. At this moment, Ottinger asked Shifu about how both Sword Immortal and White Ape had perished here. 3,000 years had passed since then. Is the Sword Chi and Demon Chi still so fierce because their swords and demon cores are still below? Shifu said if these are still below, even if your child wants to stand here, your senior brother at the Golden Core stage will be punished. Ottinger couldn't help but be shocked by these words. Soon after, she was hit by several wounds caused by the astral wind due to her unstable state of mind. And at that moment, two people arrived from afar, calling out, Shifu, Master Uncle. Mingju and Yuchi said they came to check on the little junior sister. Shifu also called out to Ottinger and said, All right, come back, Ottinger. Ottinger replied with an, Okay. She then arrived in front of the two of them. Yuchi calmly said, Call senior brother. Ottinger obediently responded with, Fifth senior brother Mingju. Mingju thought to herself, Why does this feel even more miserable than 4 years ago? But she said, Do you still remember me? Ottinger said, Of course I remember. Thank you, senior brother, for taking care of me 4 years ago. Mingju didn't say much in response. He just said to Drunken Sword Immortal, Uncle Master, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. If Sword Pavilion can change the way of teaching disciples, it would be fine not to have a junior brother. As for this junior sister, he didn't finish his sentence because both Ottinger and he were looking at him with puzzled expressions. At this point, Drunken Sword Immortal said, In less than 100 years, this Sword Chi and Yaoguai Chi should also have dissipated. Give me the formation shattering technique. Yuchi then levitated the formation shattering in the air. Drunken Sword Immortal continued, 3,000 years ago, the Sword Immortal known as Endless Separation, the name of the sword technique formation shattering, had worn out the remnants of thousands of years, and the thoughts of the respective owners on the Yaoguai core were completely eroded. Only pure killing intent and hatred remained, entangled in an endless battle. Take away this formation shattering, then the ownerless Sword Chi and Yaoguai Chi will slowly disperse. At this moment, Ottinger stared at that sword and said, So this is the original formation shattering. Formation shattering has taken a liking to fifth senior brother. But the master said, It's unclear whether what is smitten with him is formation shattering or the Yaoguai core. Ottinger looked puzzled at the words, and Mingju explained on the side. This formation shattering is not the same as the formation shattering in the Sword Immortal Endless Separation. The formation shattering in that battle has been damaged, and this one is a fragment of formation shattering merged with the White Ape Yaoguai core, creating a new formation shattering. However, he also said there is no need to worry too much. Endless Separation can cut down the White Ape, and the formation shattering can also suppress the Yaoguai Chi. Many cultivators refine spiritual Chi and spirit artifacts, all of which can be incorporated into the Yaoguai core. With its attributes, talents, and spiritual abilities, who wouldn't love it? Moreover, this is the formation shattering, a genuine celestial grade spirit artifact. Junior brother has been nurturing it day and night. Perhaps it can restore its former power in the future. Later, he said to Ottinger, Junior sister, I'm not saying this, but the sword pavilion is really poor. Only the sword tomb has some treasures. In the future, you might have to find your own robes elsewhere. Yuchi interjected. Why would a sword cultivator need those things? But at this moment, Ottinger called out, Sherfu, and several people turned to look at her. Ottinger asked them, Can a sword cultivator's sword be cultivated by oneself? Sherfu looked at what Ottinger brought out and asked if she wanted to use this to refine a matching sword. Mingzhu on the side remarked, Is this perhaps an infant Dan? Ottinger heard this term for the first time. Mingzhu then explained it to her. In ancient times, some spirits and yogwai abandoned their original forms and took on human bodies to explore the method of cultivation in human form. However, they still instinctively control the essence of the sun and moon. Therefore, when human cultivators advance and form a nascent soul within the Purple Mansion, some of them will give birth to an infant Dan in their dantian. At this time, the master looks at this infant Dan and says, Looking at this pure wood spiritual chi, it seems to be the soul cocoon of a wood element great cultivator. It's truly rare to be this clean, not a single trace of thought. It saves the effort of refining. Ottinger couldn't help but ask, Thought? The master replies, It refers to the memories or obsessions of the original owner. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to remove these imprints of thought. Then he asked, Ottinger, are you sure you want to use it as a sword embryo? After Ottinger became a disciple of Drunken Sword Immortal, Master asked her to go to Sword Tomb to choose a matching sword, but Ottinger wanted to use the soul cocoon of the great cultivator with wood element to make a sword embryo. Master said that although this item is rare and pure spiritual chi, it is ultimately a wood element, so using it as a sword embryo would be just average compared to those flying swords in the Sword Tomb. But Ottinger insisted, saying, I'll choose this one because it is one of the only 3 things left to her by the villagers and Grandpa. Although they told Ottinger not to look back, Ottinger said, I didn't look back. I grew upwards. Even if I grew all the way to the sky, my roots are still there. Upon hearing these words, the Drunken Sword Immortal suddenly burst into loud laughter, with a deafening roar. A surge of spiritual chi fluctuation nearly blew Yuchi and Mingzhu away, but the Drunken Sword Immortal pointed to the sky with one hand, and a soaring sword chi burst forth from his body, shooting straight up into the sky as he shouted loudly, Damn it! Screw this nonsense about having a thin connection as a disciple. Each of my disciples is outstanding in their own right. But at this moment, there was a sudden buzzing sound in the air. A voice accompanied by purple light rang out. Old booze fiend, what drunken madness are you up to again? Punch a hole for Lord Kunlun, Sword Pavilion disciples, all come together to weave for me. But at this moment, the Drunken Sword Immortal has lost his momentum, maintaining only the posture of pointing to the sky with one hand and looking embarrassed. On the other side, Linlang asks, Sherfu, there are so many gaps in the Great Formation. Have you been patching them for over 100 years? It turns out they were all caused by Uncle Master. Linlang Sherfu helplessly says, Anyway, in the future, when going out for training, do not associate with the Sword Pavilion disciples. Even your own artifact will be hard to keep, let alone any other gains. Upon hearing this, Linlang simply expressed that Sherfu is still young. My mother left 100 years ago. How could I go on a distant journey for training? And over there, the Drunken Sword Immortal, in order to conceal his embarrassment, cleared his throat and said, You can use this as a sword embryo too. Although it has lost the sharpness of the metal element, its compatibility with the wood elemental's growth properties is not bad. After you cultivate it, you can continue to search for talented treasures to refine it further. Ultimately, what it will become depends on your future opportunities. He then threw a jade token to Ottinger and said, The techniques for refining this sword and the required auxiliary materials are all recorded here. I currently don't have these materials on hand, so you'll have to save up merit points and exchange them at the lower pavilion or find them during your travels. He also hinted to Mingzhu that his Sherfu had hoarded a lot, but this old guy was like a stingy person. Mingzhu couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat upon hearing this. Of course, he understood the implication. So he immediately took out a storage ring that could hold thousands of acres and said, "Consider this my meeting gift." He then flattered by saying, "This is much better than those mainland products. It's stylish, lightweight, and has a large capacity, suitable for junior sister whether for hunting demonic beasts, saving up merit points, or going on mountain expeditions for treasures." As for Ottinger, she looked puzzled, stating that she had seen this on the Jade Wall. With her current cultivation level, she would need to kill demonic beasts for at least 50 years to earn Mingzhu. She quickly assured, "It's all right, senior brother. I have plenty. You can keep it." Ottinger looked at the 3 items in her hands: the soul cocoon, the jade token, and the storage ring. She seemed to have found a long-lost warmth. This unfortunate little girl finally has someone to care for her. Today is the trial competition of Peng Lai. Every 10 years, the entrance to the immortal realm will be widely open. Each sect will bring their younger disciples to participate. Today is also the day when Ottinger's service period is over. She finally took off the yoke from her neck. At this moment, everyone is also waiting to bid farewell to Ottinger. Ottinger bid farewell to Shifu, kept the soul lamp well, received the disciple badge, and also wore the Linling robe. They asked her why she wasn't wearing the one she gave her. Ottinger said that Shifu mentioned that the one she gave was too high level. Wearing it with her current cultivation level would only cause trouble for herself. Besides, she's not used to wearing Linling. Upon hearing this, she felt that the Sword Pavilion members were used to wearing prisoners' uniform. Mingzhu was advising Ottinger on some precautions on the side. Ottinger then asked them if they knew which celestial mountains were overseas. She didn't know how to answer Mingzhu's question because there are just too many of them. In terms of the overall direction, there are Nether Abyss, Verdant Hill, Northern Sea, and Southern Sea. However, with Ottinger's current cultivation level, she cannot pass through it. The only place she can go is the East Sea. The East Sea is Mountain Gus Hin, Rippling Mountain, and Peng Lai. Among these, the first 2 are closer, while getting to Peng Lai is much more complicated due to the 3 mountains. Attinger couldn't help but ask, "Is Peng Lai such a difficult place to get to?" They then told Attinger that Peng Lai, Fanzhong, and Ying Province are 3 celestial mountains that cannot be reached from the mortal world. Access is only available through the formations they open, and there are only 5 transmission formations placed in different regions, with one opening every 12 years in a cycle. Linlang said their way of recruiting disciples is also peculiar, focusing only on destiny with the immortals and no other paths. Therefore, there are very few disciples, and even fewer who move around in the mortal realm. They further mentioned that if it weren't for exceptional talents, not to mention the title of the first celestial mountain, the lineage might have long been interrupted. After hearing this, Attinger asked, "So, is it difficult for their disciples to come out as well?" Linlang replied, "It should be difficult for lower-level disciples. I heard that the sea is very dangerous." Attinger didn't say anything after listening, just feeling a bit worried about his brother in his heart. Later, Yuchi also said goodbye to Attinger, allowing her to inquire about the materials for forging a sword with the fellow disciples stationed there. Although everyone was reluctant, they knew they had to let Attinger go out to grow. Attinger is no longer attached either. She turned around and was about to walk outside. But at this moment, Yuchi's voice sounded from behind. He told Ottinger, "If it's on the way, you can go back to your village to take a look." Ottinger looked back at Yuchi. Yuchi said faintly, "Your grandfather's grave is over there." Ottinger didn't say anything. She clasped her hands together in a fist. She bowed to Yuchi as a greeting. "Yes. Thank you, senior brother." After coming out, Ottinger spent a spiritual stone and used a teleport formation. However, the old man told Ottinger that the teleport formation hadn't been activated in a long time and advised her to use a wall-passing incantation just in case. Ottinger was at a loss because the teleport formation was indeed unreliable. She ended up being transported to a desert. At this time, there was a group of courier runners around Otting. They felt sorry for Ottinger being all alone. They wanted to invite her to go over and have a bowl of hot porridge together. But Ottinger refused the invitation, because she feels nauseous now. The Ottinger that was transported is now dizzy and nauseous. She is thinking in her heart that indeed, you get what you pay for. In the future, let's stick to the documented Earth convergence formation. The teleportation now even lost a spiritual stone. She just thought of this, and the ground suddenly trembled. The guards over there were also startled. Shouting, "Earthquake!" They all started to run outside. And among the crowd, there was a chubby boy. He found that Ottinger, who hadn't left yet, was right at this moment. Ottinger dislodged a huge rock above his head, and it immediately came crashing down. The chubby guy didn't hesitate either, rushing to Ottinger's side and swiftly chopping the rock into pieces with a knife. He turned around and angrily said to Ottinger, "This is an earthquake! Why aren't you running?" But then he saw Ottinger not moving and thought she was scared, so he said, "Don't be afraid. Run with me." But Ottinger looked at him in a daze and said, "It's not an earthquake, is it?" The little chubby was confused. "What?" However, there was a deafening roar, and a huge creature with a mouth full of teeth burst out of the ground. And Ottinger calmly said to this creature, "It's just money for expenses." This creature with a mouthful of teeth is called Earth-Long King. It is said to come from the underworld, turning everything it passes into quicksand. And this quicksand can lead straight to the underworld. But in Ottinger's eyes, it is just a small sum of money. At this time, little fatty Aaron still wants to protect Ottinger. He said that he would count to 3 and then let her run. But the sword behind Ottinger has already been drawn. As a streak of light flashed by, Earth-Long King was hit. But this guy instantly burrowed back into the ground. Otting, however, jumped down without hesitation to chase after her purse. Ottinger, who was diving below, also suddenly realized, does this chaotic Yogwai Chi below have more than one layer? But she did not slow down at all, and she was thinking, who cares? It's all about catching whichever one is worth money. And above, Aaron is worried that Ottinger said she fell and needs to be rescued. Teammates, however, said to him, "Don't be silly. Which eye of yours saw her falling?" Even if you tie 10 of yourself together, you still wouldn't be a match for their opponent. Why would they need our help? The group urged him to quickly circle around and take advantage of the good weather to leave quickly. But before the words fell, Aaron jumped down. And at this time, Ottinger also arrived at the Earth-Long King's lair. She couldn't help but murmur when she saw the ground filled with Earth-Long eggs. Are these Earth-Longs gregarious? I shouldn't have skimped on that volume of the Ninefold Realm Exotic Beasts Codex if I had known earlier. Ottinger is thinking that she can't win against someone who can always escape, but as she flew up, she felt something strange. How come the adults didn't notice it at all? Could it be that they, with higher cultivation levels, find my chi refining stage unappetizing? No, the one who just spoke is only at the first rank. She just realized this. Suddenly, a big mouth appeared in front, which startled Ottinger and made her do a quick turn in the air, unable to help but mutter, "Scared me. Turns out it's just a bug's skin." Ottinger had never seen molting like this before, thinking it was a feature of the desert. Just then, she suddenly discovered a glowing object underneath, which turned out to be a small insect emitting light. And she played with the little insect. But she was a stunning beauty. She murmured in her mouth, "Wow, you ate a lot." "Sweetie, don't blame me for not letting you fill your stomach. Eating too much of this stuff will give you diarrhea." After speaking, the woman looked towards Ottinger in the distance. Ottinger nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then stepped forward and bowed in greeting. The junior Chen Otting has met Venerable. The mistake of Venerable entering this place is purely accidental. Please forgive Venerable. But she hadn't finished speaking yet. The woman suddenly came to Chen Otting's side, and they ended up face to face. Then she immediately asked Otting, Do you call me venerable? Am I that old? Ottinger was momentarily speechless when asked. She stuttered and said no, that's not it. Venerable means cultivation level higher than mine. Although I don't know how high specifically. But my spiritual sense completely can't feel you and the venerable bug. Your cultivation level must be very high. Then the woman immediately looked interestedly at Ottinger and said, Oh, insect venerable, so you figured out where I really come from, huh? Ottinger replied, saying that it was mentioned by a senior brother or sister in the door that in the great southwestern mountains, there is a group of cultivators who have a different cultivation method from us. They specialize in refining spirit insects and strange serpents, while we focus on refining spirit artifacts like flying swords. Speaking of this, Ottinger scratched his head again, feeling embarrassed, and said, If Mr. Venerable is full, can I pick up some bug skins? I won't take much, just a little bit is fine. Later, she looked at the woman and said, 3 to 5, is that okay? Seeing the woman remain silent, Ottinger couldn't help but feel a little guilty as she said, A 1 piece? But at that moment, the woman spoke. Sister, you are from the Kunlun Sword Pavilion, right? Ottinger asked in surprise. Venerable, how did you know? The woman's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Oh my, it's really you. And what did those Central Plains folks say? Searched high and low, nearly wore out my sauls to nothing, and then it just drops in my lap, effortlessly. As soon as she finished speaking. With just one hand, he grabbed Ottinger by the neck. Then she said, Doesn't Etherlin always try to dodge me? Well now, I've caught his little junior sister for the goo altar. Let's see if that makes him flustered. Ottinger met a stunning beauty at Earthlong's lair. But without saying a word, she grabbed Ottinger by the neck. She said she would use her to make a goo altar and make Etherlin's brother come to find her. However, the captured Ottinger refused to be controlled by others. She transferred her spiritual power to the storage ring. As bolts of lightning struck, the woman instantly threw Ottinger away. Later, she patted her chest and said, Och, ye nearly gave me a fright. She also asked in a frightened face, Ottinger will ye goni day no? And Ottinger fell from a height. She hit several places before finally stopping. I nearly forgot that you can't fly without your flying sword. She refining stage cultivator. She crushed Ottinger's flying sword barehanded. At this moment, Ottinger grabbed a rock to avoid falling. She calmly said, Venerable, you seem quite familiar with us, so you must know us well. She only saw that a bead containing lightning appeared in her hand. She got up, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said, If the thunderblast pearl of Kunlun that my martial uncles told me about is not a lie, with a single thought, an area of 10 miles will be full of lightning. All living beings will be reduced to ashes, right? However, at this moment, the woman said, Oh, what's wrong with your Kunlun folks, Giving a little child a deadly thing like that to play with as if it's just a ball. She then immediately flew up and addressed Ottinger, saying, This thing might only cleave a golden core or two, young lady. Don't you think it'll scare me, do you? Ottinger replied indifferently, It won't, but it can obliterate my divine soul before you control me. The woman was also surprised when she heard this. Ottinger said, That's not the case. She then said resolutely, I've had enough of being at the mercy of life and death since I was a child. Instead of being manipulated by others, I'd rather take matters into my own hands. The woman couldn't help but look surprised and said, Stinkin' sword cultivator. But before she could finish her sentence, 2 people fell from the hole above. It was Aaron and his companion who rescued him. Ottinger watched as the 2 were in danger. She sprang out with a single leap. She continuously released force in the air to safely bring the 2 to the ground, but at that moment, the woman, however, grabbed Ottinger's shoulder from behind and said, What is it with me in this taste, Then he said, Now, don't worry yourself, lassie. You really care about these 2 mortal children, don't you? Attinger hurriedly replied after hearing her words. Venerable, let's talk about a deal. What you said, Etherland brother, is it Kunlun sword cultivator Lee Etherland? He is my fourth senior brother. I haven't met him yet. If you agree to release these two mortals, and let me personally escort them to safety, I will obediently follow you, and use the unique communication method of an innate disciple to contact fourth senior brother. Then she turned her head to glance at the woman and continued. Even if you torture me alive, I will not betray my fellow disciples. The woman asked her upon hearing this. Are you serious? Ottinger replied. I mean what I say. The woman snapped her fingers, and the deal was done between the two of them. Shortly after, she summoned a giant butterfly. She called for the three individuals to come up. On the road, the woman curiously asked, Ottinger, my child, are you also strange? Lassie, you are a little strange. Do these two ordinary children mean more to you than your senior brother? Ottinger replied calmly, Senior brother is stronger than me. He deals with the trouble he causes himself. I am stronger than ordinary people. They need me to protect them. The woman nodded and said, That makes sense. Later, she controlled the butterfly to land in a desert, allowing Aaron and the two of them to disembark. She stretched lazily and said, Right, no worries now. You can relax, okay? After speaking, she was about to take Ottinger away, but Ottinger asked her to wait, leaving the woman feeling confused. Ottinger said, Venerable, you have attained the Tao for a long time. Perhaps you have forgotten that leaving mortals without food and water in a place like this will lead to their death. The woman replied, Easy as that. We'll just take them to the nearest town. However, Ottinger said, No, Venerable, your vehicle will cause a commotion among mortals. The woman let out a sigh and said, What's wrong with you, mainland cultivator? You're a right pain in the backside. Later, Ottinger stopped the two who were about to leave and said, I said I would personally deliver it, so I will personally deliver it. The Western Region's Yush City. This is the only city in the nearby desert. At this time, Ottinger has safely delivered Aaron and the two people to the city. Ottinger was digging for something while Aaron asked her if she was the legendary sword immortal. Ottinger said, as she searched for things, that she wasn't one yet, but eventually she would be. Aaron is still worried about her. Are you really going to go with that enchantress outside? But before the words were finished, two talismans were pasted on the foreheads of the two people. This forgotten talisman was given to Ottinger by Lin Lang Senior's sister before leaving. Ottinger couldn't help but sigh, wondering how Senior's sister knew that she would definitely need it. Later, Ottinger took out the disciple nameplate. She began to search for something. She remembered fifth senior brother had told her. Kunlun is a post in the mortal world. By using the name tag of a disciple, one can establish a connection. Later, Ottinger arrived at a place guided by something. She was thinking about asking the venerable sitting here to help her get rid of the enchantress. But when she opened the door, inside was a dilapidated room. However, as Ottinger activated the famous brand in her hand, the illusion in front of her slowly disappeared. Following that, a pleasant courtyard appeared. And Lin Luo's slip of the tongue, Ottinger, was still turned into Martial Uncle Ottinger. Opposite. Ottinger directly asked him about his cultivation level. Lin Luo, looking puzzled, said he was at the foundation establishment stage. Ottinger persisted and asked if there were any other venerables stationed here. Lin Luo's response, however, left her feeling cold. Only he was stationed here. Ottinger sighed helplessly and squatted down, holding her head. Lin Luo asked her if she had offended a very powerful enemy. But Ottinger is also very helpless. She doesn't know either. Lin Luo saw young martial uncle being bullied. He immediately frowned and went out angrily. He even said that his martial nephew was untalented and was willing to fight. But he was grabbed from behind by Ottinger. Ottinger asked him if he still had the Phaeacian sword. Lin Luo then gave the one he had previously exchanged for to Ottinger. Ottinger thanked him, and then asked where the recent Great Earth Convergence formation was. However, Lin Luo's answer left her completely disheartened. She said with her cultivation level, it would take a day and a half to fly there with her sword. Ottinger was completely speechless, but then Lin Luo took out 3 Earth Convergence talismans with a range of 300 miles and gave them to Ottinger. Ottinger thanked her and asked him to record it on Senior Brother Force account. She also asked him to help deliver a message through the door, saying that a venerable who raises insects is looking for Senior Brother Force. Lin Luo agreed and said, "Okay, the one called Gu who raises insects." Ottinger is not sure if it's awkward. Or, he clasped his hands and said nonchalantly, "Anyway, I'll leave first." She also instructed Lin Luo not to act rashly here. Then another sentence came from the air. The flying sword also noted it on 4 Senior Brothers' account. And the mysterious woman who waited outside until dark saw that Ottinger hadn't come out yet, so she entered the city to look for her. She also noticed the fluctuation of spiritual chi in the area and muttered something about the Earth Convergence talisman. The stinking sword cultivator doesn't seem to bother her much. At the same time, in a dense forest, an old man with white hair inadvertently discovered Ottinger, who was in a coma here. At this time, Ottinger was in the sea of consciousness. She was severely injured in her physical body because she used 3 Earth Convergence talismans in a row and exhausted her spiritual chi. Once the spiritual chi was depleted, the Earth Convergence talisman would extract the flesh and blood of the cultivator. She now doesn't even have any spiritual chi left to extract the Dan pill from the storage ring. However, what she is thinking about is escaping thousands of miles away in one breath. Enchantress shouldn't be able to catch up, right? Ottinger was brought back home by a kind old man. Seeing that her injuries were severe, the old man discussed with his wife about calling a doctor to examine her. Grandma said they had just been swindled by that unfilial son and had no money left. Grandpa said he still had a little and suggested catching the old hen if necessary, but before he finished speaking, a shifty-looking person rushed in, saying he had money but wouldn't lend it to his son to repay debts, insisting on using it to pay for someone else's medical treatment. He pushed the old man to the ground and robbed him of the money. Just at that moment, with a crash, the courtyard wall soared 5 meters high. Ottinger's fist was still suspended in midair, and that person had already fallen on their back at the base of the wall. Ottinger then said lightly, "The physical body can still move, and the strength is there." She then asked, "Grandpa, Grandma, to what extent should we beat him? What do you think?" Ottinger didn't learn anything else during the years following Grandpa around. But her heroic spirit really makes people like her. She helped the old man who took her and teach his unfilial son a lesson. She stayed in the village for another 7 days. Before leaving, she left a pile of provisions for the old people, who made her so poor now. The only way she can repay is through these provisions. At this moment, Ottinger still hasn't responded with a trace of spiritual chi. But this doesn't affect her in the slightest. Ottinger, who has a broad-minded personality, sees this as a good opportunity for body refining. She freely shuttles among the trees, just like a little monkey. Her carefree attitude is also likable, although sometimes she may tumble due to not paying attention. But this will only stir up her stronger determination. Ottinger just goes on her way in a carefree manner. But the bug above is venerable. Just watching her like this, she saw Ottinger actually exercising, which made her feel amused. At that moment, a voice sounded, "Lady Long, Venerable, is my little junior sister doing okay?" Lady Long followed the voice, and saw a person in white clothes as pure as snow, with a clear and open demeanor. It was Ottinger's 4th senior brother, Lee Etherlyn. Lady Long called out, "Brother Etherlyn," and said that he finally was willing to come and see her. But Lee Etherlyn said not to joke around, he wouldn't come again. His younger junior sister could hold him accountable everywhere, until he had no money left, and she wouldn't give up. From the conversation between the two, it was revealed that originally they had a 10-year agreement. Lee Etherlyn had planned to figure out the matter in 3 years, but Lady Long said she couldn't wait and wanted to tell him. Lee Etherlyn had already guessed that if she revealed the secret, she would receive some kind of punishment. Lady Long didn't say much, just mentioned that he was very annoying, which could be considered as confirmation. Then she picked it up with one hand and sucked it into the air. With a fluctuation of spiritual chi, Ottinger was sucked up. Ottinger, who was still on the road, was suddenly grabbed and captured by someone, leaving him full of confusion. She was shocked to see that it was Lady Long. The two words, enchantress, almost slipped out. Fortunately, she changed it to venerable in the end. When she saw Lee Etherlyn beside her, she asked uncertainly, "Is this my fourth senior brother?" Lee Etherlyn was also helpless, saying, "Do you still need to ask? Where is your disciple named Tag?" Ottinger then told him that she didn't know why the spiritual chi had not been responding, and now even the spiritual chi to take out the disciple named Tag was gone. Upon hearing this, Lee Etherlyn called out to venerable Lady Long, who then said, I, the sword breath gu ne bada guetta." Immediately, she sucked in with her palm, and a pile of butterfly-shaped goo insects burrowed into her hand. She said that Ottinger didn't understand the principle of accumulating thin and thick, and that she was just trying to help her. As the goo insects left her body, Ottinger instantly felt the recovery of spiritual chi. Moreover, she advanced from the previous chi refining 6 layer to the chi refining 9 layer. Without waiting for Ottinger to say anything, Lady Long put her head close to Ottinger's and said, "As a token of gratitude, you will convey this message to your mentor." Lee Etherlyn was visibly surprised and called out, "Venerable Lady Long." But she reassured him, saying, "Ottinger cannot read and cannot be harmed." Then she continued, "If they can train disciples like ye, Kuan-Luan should let me doon, I?" She turned around and touched her spiritual pet as if saying goodbye, and sighed. "Ah, farewell," she then exclaimed. "Etherlyn laddie," she continued, "I made a mental demon oath. If I spoke of this, I'd face a fiery disaster, my soul flying away." With that said, she gracefully flew into the air, her hands behind her back. She remarked, "I thought I'd just be clever, not expecting it to happen so quickly." Etherlyn looked pained and asked why she would do such a thing. Lady Long simply replied, "The mortals of Mang Mountain have been passing it down for generations, considering me as a god, so I shall see them as my followers." First, the village's statues of deities began to crumble. Afterwards, Lady Long's body also started to slowly disappear along with it. And also her statues scattered throughout the village. Everyone in the village, whether young or old, seems to have some kind of connection. And Lady Long's spiritual pet also seemed to respond, let out a mournful cry, shook off the two people, turned into the golden larva in the air, then attached onto Lady Long's fingers, gradually dissipated into the air along with her. At this moment, Ottinger was staring blankly at this scene, not knowing what she was thinking. Whether the characters created by this author are good or bad, it seems you have to wait until the end to find out. At this moment, Lady Long had her life taken by the mental demon's oath, leaving senior brother and sister in a daze for a long time. Then Lee Etherlyn said, "Return to Kuan-Luan," because time did not allow him to grieve. With the fall of Lady Long, a group of unusually large bees swarmed in. And it's not over yet. Lee Etherlyn looked at the distant mountains at this moment. A group of unnamed black creatures are also flying towards here. And at the same time, on the other side, a pool formed by 9 converging waterfalls inside. 3 giant silver bells artifact jingled non-stop, and a phantom in one of the rivers said, "It is Lady Long. She fell during the mental demon oath at this time." It seems that there are different phantoms in each of the 9 waterfalls. From their conversation, it was learned that one of them, who referred to themselves as this one, said that his disciples found Lee Etherlyn at the place where Lady Long perished. He originally didn't want to cause trouble, but just now he ordered for Lee Etherlyn to be killed. Another person mentioned about Dasher. At the same time, a dark green and black giant python was hovering in the air. And at this time, on the other side, Lee Etherlyn, after defeating the group of wasps, flew out instantly with Ottinger. On the way, he also informed Ottinger of the truth. 10 years ago, when he was traveling on Mang Mountain, he discovered that the mortals of Mang Mountain were mobilized to prepare to conquer Great Shin. More precisely, the whole southwest mountain region was mobilized for this purpose. What's strange is that there were traces of cultivator activities behind this, and Lady Long was one of them. The answers to all this lie within the thought in Ottinger's sea of consciousness. Therefore, they must quickly return to Kunlun to report to the master. Ottinger wanted to ask Senior Brother if there are any more spiritual stones to go through the Earth Convergence Formation. But Lee Etherland said that we couldn't go through the Earth Convergence Formation because we might be intercepted by the opponent. It doesn't matter if he has any spiritual stones or not. And Ottinger seemed to ask with some understanding. Who is our opponent? Senior Brother said. She asked a good question, but it depends on whether they have solved the fate knot. Just as he finished speaking, a giant spider suddenly attacked the two of them. At the moment of danger, Senior Brother threw Ottinger out. Let her find her own way back to Kunlun. And he stayed behind to hold off the pursuers. He also told Ottinger Senior Brother to free up his hands and go find you. Ottinger no longer hesitated. With a grunt, he flew away on his sword. Because she knew that even if she stayed, she wouldn't be able to help. Senior Brother would only be a burden. And now, all she can do is to protect herself and hurry to return the thought in the sea of consciousness back to Kunlun. Meanwhile, on the other side, above the sea surface, violent winds mixed with the power of thunder and lightning raged violently. A rare phenomenon of a dragon sucking water from the sky also appeared. And in the center of this violent energy explosion stands a person. He held a petal in his hand, seemingly unaffected. After a moment, the energy dissipated, the sky cleared, and at this moment, Qinshu Chenjun also came running. From afar, they bowed respectfully, congratulating Master on passing the 3-9 celestial tribulation and advancing to soul separation. And the person was none other than Shang the Cloudborn. Guests arrive with gifts. At this moment, inside Family Bailey, a mysterious figure is projected onto the water curtain, communicating with Bailey Zhong. Bailey Zhong asked why it had to be him. The man said that although the old fiends of Kunlun had sworn allegiance to the Bailey family to maintain balance, but personally, he is more interested in Bailey Zhong's ancient Geely physique. Bailey Zhong used the excuse of it being related to the entire clan to say that he still needed to discuss it with his elder brother. But the mysterious person heard that Bailey Zhong and his elder brother were not on good terms, and even caused harm to his younger brother himself. But before the conversation was over, Bailey Zhong interrupted and said there was no need for the reminder, as he remembered very clearly. And at this time, Seeking Wind also came to report. She said that Peng Laishang the Cloudborn has advanced to the level of Soul Separation Grandmaster, and Peng Lai has sent the leading Jade Talisman inviting him to attend the ceremony. But Bailey Zhong seems to be very angry. The moment he took Jade Talisman, he crushed it. Little Ottinger may switch to being a food broadcaster. She ordered 10 kilograms of beef and sauce from the restaurant, 2 roasted chickens, 1 pot of rice, a big pot, and also ordered 5 trays of pork-filled steamed buns. The reason she is eating so much is that she is poor. She embarked on a 1,000-mile journey back to Kunlun with determination. At this moment, her spiritual chi has been depleted. She can only rely on her body to control her breathing and spiritual chi. She can probably fly on a sword the day after tomorrow. But Ottinger's mentality is open-minded. With spiritual chi, she can fly on a sword. Without spiritual chi, she relies on her legs, which is faster. At least it's faster than meditating to recover. And it's in Ottinger's heart. It's too cheap to consume spiritual stones for quick recovery of spiritual chi compared to recovering quickly. After all, the gold and silver in the mortal world are just local bricks in Kunlun. But Ottinger also didn't eat quietly during this meal. Next door, 2 people in the dark room were whispering, preparing to drug another group of people who were already in place, waiting for that person to come. They said the great Chen dynasty emperor was in a hurry, and that person didn't bring many guards either. But all of this was overheard by Otting. For Ottinger, who had been running in the martial world with Grandpa since she was a child, the thing she hated the most was doing despicable deeds. So she would definitely take care of this matter. Sure enough, not long after, the sound of horses neighing could be heard by the roadside. It was quite a coincidence that the person on horseback happened to be Yen Li, who had a special connection with Ottinger. Just as they settled down and finished eating, Ottinger suddenly picked up the chopsticks in her hand and threw them at Yen Li. Yen Li was also startled by the sudden attack. Without waiting for his reaction, Ottinger asked him if he dared to have a fight with her. Yen Li also said, "Sir, I seem to have not offended you." But he had not finished speaking. Their table was knocked over by Ottinger again. Later, she took Yen Li's long spear again, saying, "Defeat me, and I will return your spear." Yen Li shouted, "Stop right there," and then chased after her. But in a grove of trees, Ottinger suddenly stopped moving. Yen Li was also stunned by the sudden stop. Immediately, Long Spear threw it to him. Ottinger got straight to the point and opened the door. She said directly, "That shop is trying to poison you. Don't eat there. Don't mention that you've seen me either. Farewell." Yen Li shouted from behind, "Have we met somewhere, young hero?" Ottinger stopped in his tracks and asked, "Have you avenged your grandpa?" Yen Li was momentarily stunned at the words. He then clasped his hands together and said, "Yes." In these years, Yen Li punished treachery within and repelled barbarian invaders without. Ancestral enmity with grandfathers, uncles, and elder brothers has finally been avenged. Subsequently asked about Ottinger Chen, the great hero. "Is the senior doing well? I have not yet had the chance to thank him in person." At this point, Ottinger has already disappeared into the woods. The air is filled only with her voice, which sounds very pleasant. "I have also avenged Grandpa." Only a few people stood still in a daze on the spot. At this time, Ottinger had already flown several kilometers on a sword. She thought to herself that she could probably fly another 100 miles. But her stomach growled uncooperatively. Ottinger was also helpless. The food in this mortal realm is just not effective. She thought to herself, if only she could eat some spiritual grain. Demonic beasts would work too. But then a large tongue rushed towards her. Ottinger was thus rolled up and sent towards the toad's mouth. And when the toad finished eating her, it even sneezed. Then a young man on the side said, "This Kunlun disciple is nothing special." She is still being arrogant on the side. Did Kunlun not teach you not to meddle in mortal affairs? Your strength may be lacking, but your arrogance is immense. Just as the words fell, the toad exploded with a loud crash. Without waiting for her reaction, Ottinger had already appeared behind her with a sword in hand. She wiped the blood off the sword and said, "Senior sister has told me before. Sword cultivators are invincible in battles among cultivators of the same level. I thought she was just teasing me. It seems she wasn't lying to me after all. Maybe it's just that your skills are lacking, but your heart is big." As Ottinger's voice fell, that person also fell slowly to the ground. Ottinger took off her bracelet. She felt that this thing was not like a storage item, but intertwined with the vitality of Yewai Qi. She was ready to show it to Shifu, muttering in her mouth, "Is this guy even poorer than me? Impossible." Then she fixed her eyes on the man's earrings and said, "It's this one." She used spiritual sense to investigate, and this quick look didn't reveal much. Little Ottinger pouted, completely stunned by the scene before her. Ottinger has gone completely crazy. She never thought that the cultivator outside could be so wealthy. It seems senior brother Mingju was right. Kunlu's only sword pavilion is particularly poor. But at this time, she is not entangled with this. She wants to see what else is in the other storage pendant. It doesn't matter if she takes a look. Inside, there are actually materials for spiritual planting and demonic beasts. She looked at this fully packed stuff. Ottinger was completely shocked. But she now had to force herself to calm down. She didn't want to think about it now. She needs to hurry back to Kunlun and give the thought to Sherfu. It is the most important. Ottinger then exits the sea of consciousness immediately. But then she suddenly remembered something. She recalled senior brother saying that they couldn't use the teleport formation. In the next moment, a pile of spiritual stones appeared in her hand. She decided to replenish her spiritual chi with the spiritual stones and continue on her journey. Meanwhile, on the other side in the territory of the Bailey clan, a branch of the Kunlun Mountains, the woman in green clothes is talking to Seeking Wind. But at this moment, a small mosquito flew to her ear and conveyed the news of her junior sister's death to her. And the previous assassination attempt on Little General Lee was actually planned by them, but it was disrupted by Ottinger's interference. Unfortunately, her junior sister is Sherfu's secular bloodline. Her storage ear pendant and beast-controlling bracelet are both on her. That is half of their sex wealth. No way, she had to ask Seeking Wind for help. She knows about the relationship between Bailey clan and Kunlun. So there's no need for her to take action, just helping her scout the enemy will do. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ottinger is firing on all cylinders, flying on a sword. In his right hand is a spiritual stone, and in his left hand is a frog leg. She is still shouting, "Burn, spiritual stone! Burn, frog leg!" The fast-flowing river she divided into two. And at this moment, a person appeared in the forest, panting heavily on one side, while feeling like crying without tears on the other. He has never seen someone use the spiritual stone like this before. And at this time, Ottinger has already returned to Yush City. Exhausted, she immediately collapsed in the courtyard of the Kunlun outpost. After waking up, Ottinger asked Lin Luo if there was a detoxification dan. Lin Luo, knowing she had been eating indiscriminately, couldn't help but say she was not yet ready for breatharianism. In the future, it will be hard for her to turn things around. However, Ottinger was indifferent and only asked if there was any news about For's senior brother. Lin Luo was puzzled. Didn't Lee Etherland's senior brother go to find you? Ottinger asked him to meet For's senior brother and tell him that I am safe. After saying that, she was about to continue on her way, but Lin Luo stopped her and advised her to let the tamed spiritual chi in the spiritual stone flow into her meridian. Using it directly is fine in the short term, but in the long term, it will damage the foundation. I hope she can use it sparingly. However, Ottinger can't worry about that much now. She must return to Kunlun as soon as possible. And Ottinger still doesn't know that the woman in green is already preparing to intercept and kill Ottinger halfway. Moreover, she has already thought about why Ottinger didn't use the Earth Convergence formation to return to Kunlun. Lady Long fell when Lee Etherland was present. Everyone suspected that Lady Long had told the secret to Lee Etherland and had sent out all nascent Soul-Gu cultivators from mainland who were traveling. But Lee Etherland not only didn't hide his whereabouts, but also openly allowed himself to be chased, engaging in 5 battles, and achieving 5 victories in a high-profile manner. And with Ottinger's cultivation level, she headed west from Lady Long's fall and encountered an ambush by the people of Little General Lee. Having a large number of spiritual stones in hand, she did not use the Earth Convergence formation to protect herself, but instead risked damaging herself. Flying on a sword was probably to prevent others from discovering any suspicious paths and attacking her. So the woman speculated that if Ottinger was the messenger, then everything would make sense. Even if she guessed wrong, she is not afraid. She is prepared to kill first, then soul search, and talk later. And on the other side at this moment, Linlang sat on the eaves in a daze. Yuchi told him that senior brother Fourth had just returned and was called away immediately. He won't be able to come back in a short time. But Linlang stubbornly said he wasn't thinking about him. Yuchi just responded faintly. But then Linlang expressed his concern. She was afraid that one day For's senior brother would sell off their sword tomb in the sword pavilion. Yuchi told her that it was junior sister who owed For's senior brother money, so he went to collect the debt. Upon hearing this, Linlang immediately flew down and asked if Ottinger was in financial trouble. Yuchi helplessly explained that both he and senior brother were also facing financial difficulties. Linlang, however, expressed anger that forced senior brother was being unreasonable, questioning what was wrong with junior sister spending some spiritual stones. She was about to go support Ottinger, but Yuchi asked her if she was really doing it for junior sister. Linlang replied affirmatively. Yuchi then said lightly, "Then don't harm her heart of Tao." At this moment, shedding dust on the Gus Hin J Quake Terrace is covered with the projections of tribulation cloud all around the body. The solitary Polona fairy was originally going to Peng Lai to participate in the celebration of Shang the Cloudborn. However, the life and death of his junior brother will be determined in the next few days. At this moment, Shedding Dust is experiencing in his dreams what led to the thunder tribulation that caused the downfall of that almighty being in his dream. If Shedding Dust cannot wake up before that almighty being crosses the calamity in his dream, he will perish along with that almighty being in his dream. She asked two fairies to deliver a message, saying that she will postpone her congratulations for a few days, bringing her junior brother or his corpse. On the other side, Ottinger is still flying rapidly on a sword back to Kunlun. At this moment, the meridians all over her body have started to bulge due to forcibly absorbing the spiritual chi of the spiritual stone. This feeling is similar to when she was forcibly infused with spiritual chi back then, but Ottinger wiped the corners of her mouth and her gaze remained firm. She can endure it. She thinks that when she returns, Master and Senior Sister will heal her. But at this moment, someone suddenly called out to her, "Ottinger!" When she turned around, it was the person who intended to ambush her. Ottinger was about to ask the person who called her. But in an instant, she was enveloped by a mass of blood chi. And this is the unique spiritual ability possessed by that woman, Immortal Melting Cage. Seeking Wind also mentioned that she dealt with a chi refining cultivator. Is she being too cautious? But she said that no matter how cautious she is in dealing with the Sword Pavilion innate disciples Seeking Wind, she is not going too far. She mentioned that she even intends to take action against the Sword Pavilion innate disciple, showing a great determination. At the same time, she is worried that her property will also be implicated. The woman mentioned that her insects only feed on flesh and blood, so her belongings should be fine. Just at that moment, Seeking Wind suddenly felt the sound of thunderstorms coming from the Immortal Melting Cage. Then she told the girl to escape, but before she could finish her sentence, the location where Ottinger was instantly exploded. After the explosion, Ottinger coughed lightly a few times and said calmly, "Still alive, that's too good." She didn't expect that this infant Dan. It actually could neutralize the power of the Thunderblast Pearl, but the range was a bit smaller. At this moment, Ottinger's body was already maimed by the explosion. She wondered what to do next. And that person over there had already transformed into a swarm of insects and fled. But the one who stayed behind, Seeking Wind, discovered a familiar spiritual energy fluctuation. It's the infant Dan held by Ottinger. When Bailey Ji fell that year, what she felt was this surge of spiritual chi fluctuations. Seeking Wind looked at Ottinger at this moment and said lightly, "So it's you." Just as Seeking Wind was about to move towards Ottinger, a sudden whistling sound came from the sky. Lee Etherlin arrived. He raised his finger lightly, with just one move. Seeking Wind exploded on the spot with blood splattering everywhere. However, before her body perished, she used the spiritual abilities Singing Katie did. She wanted to pass this message to Bailey Zhong, and at this moment, thousands of miles away, Bailey Zhong seemed to have sensed it. He said lightly, "Seeking Wind." Lee Etherlin here also picked up Ottinger. Ottinger muttered, saying, "For a senior brother, if I fall, and the Tao is lost, would that thought be gone too, Lady Long Venerable?" Lee Etherlin said, talking nonsense, and remarked, "You won't die yet." Then, he carried Ottinger and flew up into the sky. Ottinger asked him if he was safe now, and Lee Etherlin nodded with a red nose. Ottinger asked him to take away thought. Lee Etherlin took away thought, but told Ottinger that it was safe now, and she should get some rest. He said that senior brother would wake her up later. As senior brother and sister returned to Kunlun, the entire Kunlun mountain range was filled with the sound of chains shaking. Innate disciples couldn't help but wonder what had happened at Sword Pavilion. Another elder asked everyone to return to their rooms and instructed them to wait there. Open all the mountain protection great formations of the lower pavilion. Inside the Kunlun Mountain Sword Pavilion, a golden chain rattled with an ear-splitting noise. It bound the drunken sword immortal, who was furious at this moment, holding a special engraved thought in his hand. Because both of his two disciples were seriously injured as a result. Drunken sword immortal called out to Lao Wu, asking him and Mingzhu to send little Lu to Jade Pool together, and told Mingzhu to tell old Orim that if he couldn't bear to part with that pool of golden lotuses, he should come find him. Mingzhu quickly reassured him, saying that Shifu would definitely be willing to let go of it. After that, Drunken Sword Immortal asked Linlang to bring his father back to Kunlun, saying there was a big event. After everyone left, the golden chain that had bound Drunken Sword Immortal dissipated into the air. He then squatted beside Lee Etherland and called out, "For little ones," saying that the poison inside had been completely dispelled, and that 53 of the 72 sword chi had been scattered. He asked, "Are you not planning to come back?" Lee Etherland called out, "Shifu." But Drunken Sword Immortal told him to be quiet and protect his meridians. Lee Etherland asked Shifu what the secret in that thought was. Drunken Sword Immortal said, "If the information in that message is not false, it is not just the Southwest Mountains. From the tribes of the far north to the islanders of the far south, from the western wastes to the East Sea, these decades, the increasingly frequent military expeditions and attacks in the mortal realm are all inspired and guided by cultivators. These cultivators, whether out of agreement or coercion, all originate from the 9 Great Cultivator Honorific Title 9 Dome Honorary Title Celestian. The southwestern Great Mountain is just the most severely assimilated place. Inciting mortals to kill each other is just a means with minimal karmic consequences. What they want to do is enforcing heaven's law of slaughtering all mortals." Lee Etherland heard this, couldn't help but cough a few times. "This is too absurd." He asked Shifu, "Who are those 9 after all?" Drunken Sword Immortal said lightly, "Look around the world, those who dare to call themselves Celestians are just a few dozen." Lee Etherland was puzzled by this. If it's a divine transformation stage venerable, how could they want to slay all mortals without fearing provoking a cultivator war and triggering heaven and earth annihilation? Shifu, however, said the opposite. They want to permanently prevent heaven and earth annihilation. Then, with a solemn expression, he said, "What's frightening is, theoretically, they might really succeed." He needs to wait for the old folks to arrive before discussing further. After that, he asked Lee Etherland to fetch the heaven's drum. Lee Etherland was surprised and exclaimed. But Shifu Drunken Sword Immortal said, "Since we don't know which old fiends it is, let's spread it out and see." Soon after, the sound of the heaven's drum resounded throughout the universe. Far away in Gus Hin, the solitary Polona fairy heard the sound of the drum and was shocked. She said to Ayan beside her that the heaven's drum of Kunlun and the chaos bell of Peng Lai are the only 2 artifacts capable of shaking the heavens and earth. It seems like something big is happening. After saying that, solitary Polona looked toward Shedding Dust. At this moment, Shedding Dust still shows no sign of waking up, but the sea of consciousness within him is not peaceful at the moment. The tribulation cloud is densely covering the sky. Resonance also gestured Madra with his fingers appearing in the air, while at this moment, he was facing his opponent. An unknown strange entity appeared, asking Resonance what he was doing and telling him to stop immediately. Resonance replied nonchalantly, "Old lunatic." As celestial thunder landed, Resonance said another sentence. "Don't waste the opportunity that I, a poor Taoist, have earned." And at this moment, Shedding Dust seems to have regained consciousness. His consciousness instantly went back to his childhood. At this moment, Kanwu the sage was holding little Shedding Dust and said, "We come from the myriad spirits. Where shall we go next?" He then looked at Shedding Dust in his arms and said, Now! Above the vast sky. At the end of the path of Tao, would you like to observe? Little Shedding Dust nodded with a smile. As the scene shifted, only Resonance and Shedding Dust were left. Resonance saw someone coming from behind and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Shedding Dust bowed and said, "Venerable, please go in peace. My name is Shedding Dust." 5 years have passed. Shedding Dust finally woke up. Looking at his now grown body, he couldn't help but find it interesting. Then he saw the solitary Paulona fairy, and he bowed, saying, "Junior Punlai Shedding Dust expresses gratitude to Venerable for the care." And at the same time on the other side, Chinchu Chenjun also arrived at Gus Hin at this time. They heard the news that the solitary Paulona fairy said she would bring Shedding Dust back, whether it's a living person or a corpse. So they hurriedly came over, but they didn't expect to accidentally damage Gushin's spiritual farm. Asya smirked and said, "They sure got here quickly." Fairy said that Punlai can afford to compensate for everything, so we won't worry about it. And just then, a chaotic stream of spiritual chi suddenly appeared in the sky. Chinshu couldn't help but look over in surprise, because he was very familiar with this chaotic stream of spiritual chi. Just then, the solitary Paulona fairy said that she would go out to sea to overcome the tribulation instead of destroying the formations at my house. Shedding Dust reassured her, holding a stream of colorful spiritual chi in his hand, and flew out. Before he left, Shedding Dust left a message in the air, hoping that he would have the chance to repay the favor in the future. Then he headed towards the celestial tribulation. At this moment, Chinshu and the others were overjoyed to see Shedding Dust waking up, but then they remembered. Shedding Dust doesn't have a spirit artifact nor any accumulation. What can he use to overcome the catastrophe? Chunjun said that if he mentions a spirit artifact or accumulation, perhaps he has experienced the tribulation of the Golden Core before. Upon hearing this, Chinshu also felt it made sense, but Chunjun reminded him, should he fly so close? Your Golden Core calamity has also been triggered at the same time. Chinshu said, "Oops. Retreat." At the same time, Ayen came to report that His Majesty invites you to go to solitary Paulona. Upon hearing this, Master was stunned. He said that he, Yuan, has returned from his journey. The His Majesty they mentioned is the sect leader Great Immortal of Illustrious in the Gus Hin sect. The Master and disciple exchanged some pleasantries. When he learned that solitary Paulona has already reached the nascent soul perfection stage and is preparing to break through to soul separation, he gave a heap of treasures to the solitary Paulona fairy. The flame essence in the extreme cold of the northern sea allows her to refine the strings of the qin. He also mentioned that the pearl robe and light trust cup he used back then would come in handy for her when crossing the calamity tribulation. However, he then looked at the shedding dust in the sky and said to the solitary Paulona, "You owe him a great favor. Go and restrain him. Do not let him leave Gus Hin." The solitary Paulona, puzzled, asked, "Master Gus Hin has been on good terms with Peng Lai for generations. What do you mean, Illustrious?" Illustrious only replied, "The heavens and earth are unforgiving. From ancient times to the present, there have been countless extinct rare birds and beasts. How can mortals avoid extinction? Originally, you only needed to improve your understanding of the cosmic laws, but as soon as he said this, the solitary Paulona took out an artifact and prepared to attack Master. Looking at her, he couldn't help but smile lightly. The enmity between Master and disciple should be counted against that old Kunluan embryo." At this time, in another place, Qin Shu and Chun Jun also heard the sound of flute and qin over here. At first, they thought it was a duet by the Master and disciple. But Ah Yin in the distance was swiftly flying towards the two of them. She cried as she said, "Fairy told me to pass a message to Peng Lai Dao's friend to escape quickly." And on the other side, Lin Lang also received orders from Drunken Sword Immortal at this time.